Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you may have your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to officially invite you to the launch of the 3rd edition of the Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, a great initiative by KCDF, the Kenya Community Development Foundation, and we are so glad that you could be able to make time and join us in this occasion. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I want you to appreciate yourself. A round of applause for yourself, even for making time to join us this morning. This wonderful evening. Thank you so much. And I want you to be ready to interact with your neighbors, to have this conversation, because this is why we are here tonight. Just like the story of the little hummingbird, I want you to know that as KCDF, working closely with our communities, we want to be able to do the little that we can, and we say that we are actually doing our best. Thank you so much. I can see you, Cliff Ocheng, karibu sana, all the way from Busia. Thank you so much. In the room I can see Ebenezer Madi. Thank you so much for joining us. And I can see many of our community partners that I know I have shaken your hands and we've interacted with you. I want you to know that we value you so much, and we are so glad that you are able to join us. And of course, in the room, we have members of the 4th Estate, the media. Asanteni sana for joining hands with us and being here in this particular occasion. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to, again, just guide us. If you'd like to use the restrooms, if you step out of that door, please turn to your left or to your right, and you will find the rooms for your assistance. If you'd like any assistance, the Green Army, the KCDF team is on standby. The ladies and gentlemen on green tags, we are ready to assist you and to guide you accordingly. So thank you very much for joining us, and a very warm welcome to all of you. If you're here and for one reason or the other, you wouldn't want to be taken your photo, there is table number 19 and 20. Right at the back where that lady is seated, you'll be able to sit there, and we'll be able to take care of your privacy, because it is important for us to be able to do that. So thank you so much, and karibu sana. As we do this, I want you to know that this is our 3rd edition of the Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge. Wapi makofi ya KCDF for running this for the last 4 years or 3 years now. Today we are here to celebrate our 3rd edition. And in this important occasion today, we are also going to unveil the finalists, of the 2nd edition of this challenge. The ladies and gents and the organizations with those great innovative ideas, we are going to unveil them today. We will celebrate them, and we are going to have a wonderful time. I'd like us to move to the next level, and therefore, as I prepare to invite Grace, our Executive Director, to give us the opening remarks, I just would like to appreciate all of you and ask the DJ to play something, even as we console. Miss Coach Kenya, tafadhali on stage. One more, and then we kick off. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Coach Kenya. You never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky see your
Weka mkono.
Hey Baba, Olodumare wanendoli, the giver of life iko tunanapa. Nasimama cause uko na mimi, you never let me go. Mipaka yangu umeitanulia mbali, even sky sio limit kwa ikibali. Hata haters wanashangilia kwa ndani.
Weka hapo pole pole tu.
Sina kingine mimi najivunia, zaidi yako Baba.
Weka tena.
Maana niko tuli nimetulia, wewe unagabaya.
Tena Viki.
Hata wale wananionea usuda, shabaha yao mbaya.
Pole pole tu.
Watapataje mwamba umenifunika.
Weka chorus. Ati nini?
You got me where you got me. You got me where you got me.
Ai.
You got me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Coach Kenya. You know, kila mtu achiwe kazi yake. Cliff, this is Miss Coach Kenya. This is what they do best. When I went to, and Emmy is here. Emmy, where are you? Emmy, please. Hey, tafadhali, let's clap for Emmy, the founder and the executive director of Miss Coach Kenya. When I went down to pale chini coach, it was amazing. Please allow me nitumie lugha ya mtaa kwa sababu hiyo ndio wanaelewa. Si ni sawa? Nilifika pale hivyo chini wakaniambia mbwekse. Sijui ni nini hiyo lakini nikafanya nini? Kila mtu fanya mbwekse. Oye. Siza oye. Asante. So when I went down to Miss Coach Kenya, Emmy received me. And I was expecting to find, I don't know what my mind was expecting. But when I got there, she ushered me to a building, took me upstairs. These guys wanaishi upstairs. These guys wanaishi upstairs to the 4th floor. And she ushered me to a hall where it was full of young people. They were expectant and they were doing a lot. Can we give a round of applause for our guests? Thank you so much. And glad to see you. Glad to see you, Atia. Welcome so much. Glad to see you, Ketki. Thank you so much. Glad to see you, James. Thank you. And of course, our very own Gordon and Grace, of course. Let's give them a round of applause one more time as I finish telling you the story of Miss Coach Kenya. So our guests, you found me telling the story of Miss Coach Kenya when I went down there, and I was amazed by the good work that they were doing in empowering young people and ensuring they bring young people to the center of development in the middle of the slums of Kariobangi. One more time, a round of applause for Miss Coach Kenya. Thank you so much. So don't worry, if I have come to your organization, I will also tell your story, okay? Nyalenda Young Turks, hoye! There you go. Who else have I seen in the room? Damira Moja, hoye! There you go. Our partners from Busia doing an amazing work down in Budalanki. Thank you so much. And of course, all of you in the room, why don't you appreciate yourself for being here? Thank you so much. I would like us now to watch some videos. And these videos are the organizations that we awarded last year. These are the finalists of our second Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge. They went through a vetting process. We reviewed many applications, and these are some of the finalists from last year. So I want us to watch this video and be able to see what they've been able to do. We'll start off with Playcon Manufacturers Limited.
My name is Asha Kajweki, the founder and CEO of Playcon Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are recycling plastic waste into furniture and deco products. So one thing we appreciate about these products is that they are sustainable, they are recyclable, they are very easy to clean and very durable. We collaborate with communities where they help us collect plastic waste from households, from businesses, which they bring to us.
Hello, my name is Joyce Rugano. I am the founder and CEO, EcoRich Solutions. This is a Kenyan company that is driving sustainable agriculture by providing farmers with an affordable and efficient organic fertilizer. I grew up doing farming with my mother, and I saw firsthand the struggles of a small-scale farmer who really works hard but couldn't even get enough yields to feed us. And this drove my determination to look for a solution. So at EcoRich, we developed a technology called the WasteBot, that is AI-enabled, solar-powered device that is able to convert any organic waste to a nutrient-rich organic fertilizer within 24 hours. So in Kenya, we use over 5 million tons of organic waste annually.
Asha Kariuki, the founder and CEO of Blackwell Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are recycling plastic waste into furniture and deco products. So one thing we appreciate about these products is that they are sustainable, they are recyclable, they are very easy to clean and very durable. We collaborate with communities where they help us collect plastic waste from.
We try as we move on. Thank you very much. And I'm glad. Placom Eco-Rich Solution, Farmer Lifeline Technologies, as well as
They bring to us and we give them some incentive. Then once we have these plastics, we sort them into different types, we clean them and process them into a board-like material that is made from plastic, which can then be cut and shaped into.
For the state, the private sector, government, from the county government members represented here, the national government members represented here. Can we appreciate our duty bearers in the room with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Asante sana. I'd like us to also appreciate the members of the KCDF board, our leadership team in the room.
Waste.
Can we give them a round of applause one more time, as well as our trustees? Thank you so much, most sincerely, for joining us. And of course, our partners. We're glad to see you. James Katere from I&M Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for James Katere. Thank you.
In exhibitions,
a lot of work.
for instance, this
when
year
we're driving
we got
across the city of Nairobi. Good job. Thank you so much. Even happy anniversary as you celebrate the good work that you're doing. And most sincerely, of course, most important are our community partners. I want us to give them a hearty clap. Our community partners from across the country. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we are most glad that you are able to join us today. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, COP30 is happening.
Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We
Brazil.
are
But
recycling
even as we
plastic
reflect
waste
on
into
our
furniture
efforts
and
on
deco products.
mitigating,
So one thing we appreciate about these
the
products
effects
is
of
that
climate change.
they are
We must
sustainable,
remember
they are
what happened
recyclable, they are very easy to clean and
if
very
you can
durable. We
recall,
collaborate with
this
communities where they help us collect
there was a lot
plastic
of
waste
push
from
and pull
households, from
between
businesses, which they bring
the
to us
first world
and we give
countries
them.
and the third world countries, because there was need to contribute towards mitigating the effects of the climate change. And as it said, climate change is global, but the effects are felt at the local level. It is the local communities, especially in the third world countries, that begin to bear the brand of the effects of climate change. And that is why, as KCDF, together with our partners and our community partners, we are here today to appreciate innovative ideas and solutions that our communities are putting in place to be able to play a part in their big way, in their small way, in taking care of the environment. And therefore, if now we are ready, I would like us to watch the videos, if that is good to go. Let's try one more time.
My name is Asha Kariuki, the founder and CEO of Blackwell Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are recycling plastic waste into furniture and deco products. So
All right, thank you very much. I think then let's try one more time. Allow me now to invite Miss Grace Maingi, our KCDF, to come and make the opening remarks. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Grace as she comes on stage. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Isn't it that time when everything that can go wrong goes wrong? And you know, you have that Kawan sweat, that bead of sweat that is just coming close to your eye. But apologies for that. We're trying to sort out the sound, but really appreciate each and every one of you for making time to be with us this evening. We really don't take it for granted that you're here with us, and we really appreciate, especially those who have come from so far outside of Nairobi. Thank you so much for being with us. So for those of you who may not know, this is actually our third launch. And for those who were with us the first launch, if you remember, it was a very, very chilly day. We were at Arboretum, and it started off with a dream about how can we be able to inspire young people? How can we be able to ensure that we give them the space, but also the resources that they need to innovate on issues that not only address the environment, but also address community issues. And from that, as we have told the story, the dream became a reality. We have been able to have the Innovation Challenge, and as soon as the videos are fixed, you'll be able to see what the previous awardees have been able to do. But this journey has been made possible because of a lot of work that has been done by my exceptional team, the funders who have been able to put money towards this, and each and every one of you who have attended each launch and have challenged us and asked us, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you improve in this area? So even for tonight, we are very grateful that you're here with us. And as we launch the third Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, please also challenge us as KCDF. Tell us what we need to do differently. Why I'm excited about the awardees this evening is that for the first time, we lowered the age of individuals that we would be able to award to 15 years. This is where you clap. So my colleagues and I were challenged, Caesar and my other colleagues who work in the education sector. We had gone for a conference, I think it was last year. And at that conference, it was an education, and it had young people there. And the young people told us, you people who give funding, you limit us. You say you want to work with young people, but for those of us who are 15, 16, where do we get funding to innovate? So we went to the office, we had a lot of meetings, we asked us how do we get parental consent, how do we deal with safeguarding issues, how do you give a 15-year-old 1.5 million? But we said, if we don't start, if KCDF doesn't start, who will? Okay, that's where you clap. So we challenged ourselves. I remember at the first launch, James Gatere from I&M Foundation challenged us and said, you're giving some people awards, and those who have applied have not been successful. What are you going to do with them? Why don't you put them into academy? Be able to work with them and see how you can be able to link them up with other people who want to work with them. And so James, that dream is still there. Where we really do want to set up the academy. Thank you. You see, now he knows when to clap. Take the cue from him. We really do want to set up that Academy of Innovators. Not because we feel we're the only ones doing this. We recognize there are many other people doing this. But we're saying, what can we bring to the table as KCDF, yourselves with us as partners? So walk with us, challenge us, and tell us what we need to do differently, because definitely we want to ensure that we're community focused and centric. So tonight is also very special for us, because we will be hearing from a number of our community partners, people who know KCDF well, people who have fed into our dream. And what you'll find on your table is there's a card before you. Of course, because we wanted to ensure that we're conserving the environment, you can scan the QR code and you'll be able to get the list of all the awardees, but also our strategy. And the discussion that we're going to go into shortly really focuses on what are we trying to achieve as KCDF. Yes, we want people to flourish, we want people to be resilient, but what does this look like from a practical standpoint? And one of the key things we're going to be discussing this evening is community-led development. What does that actually mean? What does community philanthropy look like? And what do we mean when we say we want to create an enabling environment? So those key focus areas that we have been working on, we wanted to go and have a deeper conversation today. After having a deep conversation, then we wanted to at least have dinner and then have the lunch. So that's what we're looking at for this evening. So ladies and gentlemen, it's really with great pleasure that I welcome you all this evening. We really want to hear from you, even as we have the panel conversation, challenges, like I've said, as KCDF. We focus on people giving and working together. That's very important for us. And so it will be reminiscent of me not to end by also inviting you to join us as we go along with our education challenge. We are aiming to raise 80 million Kenya shillings, I think by next week. So I hope you have come with your checkbooks, but there's M-Pesa these days, because we have learners who we really want to take to secondary, tertiary, and actually university and TVET. So join us in this. So at this juncture, let me invite our moderator for the panel, Emily Omudo, who will take us through this panel conversation as we delve deeper into community-led development, community philanthropy, and enabling environment. Please welcome Emily.
Thank you very much, Grace. And I will invite the team that we will be sitting here with, starting with Sarah Martha all the way from Busia. Give her a round of applause as she comes in. Then she will be followed by Cliff, all the way from Kisumu. Thank you, Cliff. Epilos is joining us from Nairobi. Thank you, Epilos. And lastly, Elizaphan. Please give them a round of applause. So, KCDF has been supporting sustainable development for now 28 years. And our story is incomplete without the stories of the partners that we work with. And so today we are going to have this conversation with this amazing team. Thank you so much for accepting to be here today. Some of them are very busy supporting work in the Devolution Conference that is happening in Oma Bay, but they say they have to be here. So you will start by introducing yourself. Tell us something about you, your organization, and really how your work supports flourishing and resilient communities. So maybe we can start with you, Elizaphan.
Good evening. My name is Elizaphan Ogechi. I'm a development practitioner, and I've been working on social investment and social impact area for almost 21 plus years. I work with an organization called Nguzo Africa, which is a community foundation based in Narok County, and we focus on environmental conservation, governance and citizen engagement. We do work in food and agriculture, and also we do promote what we call safety power, and also building community philanthropy through local giving, and we will be talking more on that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Epilos, you have the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Epilos Musimbi from an organization called Youth on the Move, Empower Talents with Epilepsy. We are based in Nairobi West, and our core mission epilepsy and other neurological disorders. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Martha from Damiramoja. I come from Busia, County 040, just at the border of Kenya and Uganda. Damiramoja is a youth and women-led organization, youth and women serving. We work around 5 thematic areas, one being education, skilling and mentorship, community health and wellness, community livelihoods and empowerment. We have environmental conservation and climate action. And lastly, we have advocacy and good governance, policy influencing. And I'm happy to be here today to engage in this noble conversation around community philanthropy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And lastly, Cliff.
Good afternoon or good evening. Good evening once again.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'm Cliff Ocheng. I work with Transform Empowerment for Action Initiative. That is team from Kisumu County, sometimes called Europe. At team, we are a governance, a human rights organization. We envision a just society that is embedded on strong constitutionalism and human rights and human dignity. We work with young people, women, persons with disability, and we promote inclusive, sustainable development that is embedded on human rights. Thank you. I'm honored to be here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can see that when it comes to flourishing and resilient communities, it's not about one particular thing. The partners we have here are working around issues of governance, environment, children issues, and all that, because that is what makes a community to flourish and to be resilient. So maybe Cliff, starting with you, what does it look like when communities truly lead their own development? And in your own experience at team, the communities that we work with, what do they do to be part of leading their own development?
Thank you. It's interesting when you talk about, what the communities see, because it's actually what they live and what they really are. Our role as a PBO is mainly facilitative. So what do we exactly see? What we see in the communities that we work with, over many years that we work with local communities, is there's a lot of ownership in terms of planning. When communities prioritize, plan, implement, and follow through with innovative solutions from themselves, that for us is a total resilient community that is practicing community-led development. And I believe that is very common with organic relationships that are embedded in connectiveness between different structures in communities. Thank you.
Any initiatives that you are doing around that?
Yes, I'll take like a whole day to talk about them, but I'll try to be minimal with my words. A number of I'll take two examples if you allow me. In Nyando, that's a small sub-county in Kisumu County, somewhere near the lake. We started off in year one with a grant from, thank all of you in KCDF for supporting this. And we built capacities of small groups, small in size but big at heart. We built capacities of self-help groups, youth groups, women groups that are local. And we put a lot of effort in building capacities on social accountability and understanding that they need to hold duty bearers to account. At the beginning, it looked very difficult, and they were asking very difficult questions. How are we going to engage power? How are we going to hold power to account? And through the process, let me cut the story short, they were able to start having regular dialogue meetings with the duty bearer, the ward admins at their level, the sub-county administrators, and over time, they're able to critically look at what they want. They plan through the statutory planning processes in the county government, processes of planning and budgeting. They're able to have a voice. And the small women people call Mama Mboga, there I think we should call them Mama Samaki or something. but their engagement at that level with the duty bearer made them have some esteem, some ownership, and they liked what they were doing. And they were able to participate along the process. And over time, right now as we speak, 2 years later, we are having a good number of youth, women, and people with disability participating in project management committees for counties. We have representation at what we're calling the CBEF, the County Budget Economic Forum, having representation of people and women and people with disability. As a result, their voices are heard in decision-making tables at different levels in structures like BOMs in schools that are very critical, and some of them even at level of CDF management committees as a result of the capacity building that we did. So we also have an instance where the Nyando community that is predisposed to a lot of flooding were able to participate in a social audit of the process of response in emergency, and as a result of that, now we have in place a disaster management policy that is being it's at early drafts at this point, and there's a lot of community engagement in that process. So for us, that has been a game changer. Thank you.
Wow. I just want to connect that with what Dhamira Moja is doing around the issues of flooding, and of course you will connect it with any other thing that you would like to talk about in terms of how the communities you work with truly lead their own development.
Thank you so much, Emily. Ours is a story that has taken long. Sometimes we call ourselves young but old. The Miramoja was started in the year 1999 as an idea of young men who had just completed Form 4 and were taken by Kenya Red Cross to go and support in evacuation of flood victims down in Budalangi. And when they came back, they thought, why split up? Why not keep the brotherhood that they had created during their time in Budalangi? And that is how the Mira was born. The Mira meaning one mission. They shared a mission. They shared a vision. And to date, one of our most powerful opportunity has been around issues of disaster risk reduction. And it is through this that we've connected with communities that have been left behind, communities of people that felt they were disregarded, being flood victims. And from our slogan, investing in communities, we thought, why not walk the journey with them? Why not work with them, involve them in what we are doing? So through the support that we've received for years, since 2009 to date from KCDF, we've been able to have small units, to develop small units of men and women down in Budalangi called community disaster risk management committees that work together before the disaster happen. What can they do? They use this opportunity to train, sensitize other community members. We do a lot of cash for work, because before they would wait for floods to come, and then ungeskia the normal serikali's idea as people are being carried away by water. So we've changed that narrative, and now even before a disaster happens, like this year, you haven't had anything around floods, effects of floods from Busia, because we've set strong community foundations that are looking at how do we become part of the solution? How do we start clearing drainages, clearing the bushes before when water stagnates in the area? That is how people get affected by diseases. We've had change in how the floods are behaving. We have the backflow from the lake. We have the underground seepage, and we're just sharing with them. How can they even, those ones that are practicing agriculture, how can they plant season food, or plant food that they can harvest early enough before the floods happen, and they can be able to even sell it to the government and get money, so that they are not waiting on handouts. We've changed the narrative. The county government, we've tried to hold them into account through budget advocacy initiatives, telling them that these communities, they know they have to participate in coming up with priorities around the needs that they have. And so everybody is getting to participate. People are starting to appreciate that before I start calling for the government to help me, what are we doing for ourselves? And it is creating a movement where even the local administration is appreciating the work of the Miramoja and telling us how they have seen a shift in mobilization, a shift in how the people, initially you could call these people to a meeting, a baraza, and they would ask you, is there an allowance? But today you call them and they will come, contribute, and still go home, walk home, and be able to be ready to participate in these conversations and the change that we need. So all this has been through engaging, seeing each other as partners. And the first partner to us is the community that we serve. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, thank you very much. And I hope you will be trying some of the things that we saw recently when we traveled with you about flood management.
Yes, yes. So we are really having those
Hold
conversations.
on to the details.
And maybe just to add, for a long period, Busia, having experienced perennial floods, has never had a disaster risk management policy. For the first time, through the advocacy from the Giving for Change program, we've been able to draft together with the county government to draft the first ever disaster risk reduction policy that was just approved in the cabinet 2 weeks ago. So that is a plus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations, and thank you for leading that work.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Yes. So, Epilos, you work with people affected by, people living with epilepsy and also the community around them. What do you do to really build and sustain their capacity so that they are in front in terms of leading the change, in terms of demystifying the issues around epilepsy and living a normal life?
Yes, thank you so much. One, it's a vulnerable group, and epilepsy affects over 50 million people globally. Locally, we are talking of approximately 1.5 million Kenyans, because out of every 100, 2 are likely to be affected by epilepsy. Why young people with epilepsy? So there's this lady who has battled epilepsy for 24 years. And then she gets an opportunity to do an internship program. And she's fascinated to know what happens in Kenya for young persons with epilepsy. She looks around and she tries to figure out. Luckily, she comes across 2 privately owned epilepsy clinics. And on visiting the clinic, she realizes that it's only about medication. And she's amazed by the number of young persons lining up for the medication. And then she asks, what do you understand about what you are suffering from? And the response she gets is, they tell me this medication will help me not to fall every other time. And so she's like, what? And so one day she seeks permission to mobilize these young people, because she was young herself, and asks them, what do you want to know about yourself? And the response she gets is, I want to know who I am, because it seems epilepsy is at the center of my life. I want I to be at the center of the epilepsy, and the community that I live in is no longer conducive. It's so stigmatizing, because epilepsy is viewed as misconceptions. And therefore, it all began as a focused group discussion of the young persons with epilepsy, by then 14 of them, and they came down to sit and discuss their own growth. And the first thing they said is, we want a program that will help us understand us, that will help us change the mindset of the community that we live in, and we cannot do that before understanding what epilepsy is. Because for them at that time, epilepsy was demon possession, epilepsy was a curse. And therefore, to capacity build them, we had to start from a point of psychosocial development and personal growth tailored to an individual's position at the moment. So we have to bring to these persons understanding that epilepsy is just a medical condition. Anyone who has a brain, and for that matter, every human being has a brain, can get epilepsy. And therefore, we want to remove those misconceptions by giving them the facts and letting them know that they are normal. They can live normal lives. And then help them now identify who they are, and then understand the diverse cultures and why such cultures perceive epilepsy the way it is. And therefore, together, they form this structure, very well tailored 12-month program that will help them walk the journey of not only understanding self, but also understanding epilepsy, understanding the community, coping mechanism, and therefore now taking up the burden of now going ahead by themselves to demystify the condition and let the community understand they are normal, and together, if they join hands, they'll win the battle. And after that, they were asked, what next should we do for you? And they said, we don't want you to do something for us. Just give us the internet. Give us the cyber cafe. Let us interact far and wide, and we will do things by ourselves. And that's how the journey of capacity building for young persons through the psychosocial mentorship, personal growth and development, economic skills development, entrepreneurship, digital marketing, digital skills was born, led and being led by 95% the young persons with epilepsy themselves, right from the board to their caregivers and to their households. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much, Epilos. And I think it is important to note that your funders, the local funders that you have, most of them, the higher percentage is the alumni of your program.
So since inception, 16 years down the line, we have really put those whom we've mentored and we've walked the journey together. And right now I pride myself with the alumni group of 320 young persons all over the world in Kenya. And this happens to be now our local funders.
Local resource mobilization is good for sustainability, for diversification of funding, and really building goodwill and support of communities. From Narok, Elizaphan, tell us what really you do to mobilize resources locally to support the great work you do around environmental conservation, and of course your passion around community philanthropy.
Thank you once again. I think community work is something that somebody desires everywhere in the world. When the rich person in the US makes money, where does he go to? Establishing a foundation like Rockefeller, like Bill Gates, because money becomes vanity when you have a lot of it. So the only ultimate end is to make that money do good for humanity, make that money do good for the world and also for the planet. So we are in a very light space because we are doing what every human being desires to do, being impactful and being good communities. But it's not easy in that particular area because of the way the aid design was designed through the Corona way aid was designed. That communities were to write proposals and get donor funding from outside. That mentality has been there since we found our independence, that is 1963 up to now. We've been writing proposals, but the Americans and the USAIDs and the EUs have said, you should also do it in yourself. We have given you so much, but you don't behave as if you have been given so much because you are so corrupt. You are also ignorant on managing your own resources. So as a country, not just in Kenya, but Africa and even the global majority, which is the Africans and the Asians and the Latin Americans, we are now at the mercy of ourselves. Either we do it or we sink. So that's why, as in Nguzo Africa, we must say that we are on the right track through support from KCDF and M Foundation. And our work is now mobilizing communities to know their power. And we tell them that one of the best things we do to change the mindset of the community is using your 5 fingers. Who has 5 fingers here? Can you raise them up? So to change community power, it begins with you. This is the smallest thing, the smallest hand here. It also, number 2, it comes to your skills. With the community skills, there's somebody who knows how to cook, somebody who knows how to dance. When you combine all those skills, you can do something for your community. Number 3 is about the resources, assets, and natural resources we have within our communities. And when you help communities map out the assets they have, they found that they have so much. Like in Narok, we have been pegging donors, but when we were mapping the resources we have the Masai Mara Game Reserve, we have very fast land, we have so much Mau ecosystem. Why are we paying the donors when we have that massive resource? So when you look at number 3 is about what? Resources and assets. How can we protect our resources and natural resources to make the best of it? In this finger, what is the name of this finger? I don't know the name of it. It is almost there. It's about active citizens. When you become an active citizen, it's not just going to the street and protesting. It is about doing something to your community, doing something good, maybe writing a proposal, writing a petition to your county government, also pinpointing the issues. You can see this finger is about what? Pointing at somebody. You write a petition, and that's what we do. We facilitate communities to write petitions, to do socio accountability audits, to do community scorecards, and even hold their leaders accountable when they don't do good. Finally, we have to talk about this. This one is about partnerships and also building solidarity within your movement. Either the youth groups, the community groups we work with here, we try to do like what? Do this. We build partnerships from the community to the national level brought by KCDF. Then we go to the East Africa Philanthropy Forum. Then we go to the global Shift the Power movement. Then we can advocate the issues very easily that way. So that's what we do in terms of engaging communities. But in terms of local mobilizing, we started what we call the Mau Maralan, which is an annual event where we try to raise resources to support adopting trees in Narok and also creating mini forests. And we were so happy that we were supported this by KCDF and INM Foundation, but we want to own it up so that after they stop the funding, we can continue building mini forests in schools, building mini forests in their local streets or in the local farms. And then at the end of the day, when we have distributed mini forests, it means we will have a reviving of our ecosystems, addressing the issues, land degradation, and so many issues. So we are doing a lot in that area. And if you have your phone, do you have a phone with yourself there? Can you Google Mau Maralan? If you can do it, when you go to the Mau Maralan, you can just register with just 300 shillings, you adopt a tree. And that tree, if you add them to 10, you have created a mini forest. You can adopt a tree from anywhere, any part in the world, and we can grow it on yourself, on your behalf. And you can monitor that tree using the Google Earth systems, and you can see that your tree is dying, and we can give you a report on that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're looking at how do you adapt technology to build confidence in me who wants to grow a tree in Narok while in Nairobi. I think that is very good, and that the community is part of this journey. And you've just talked about how some of the innovations you're using to get to mobilize local resources. And I want to call upon Sarah Martha to just tell us what are some of the things you do in Busia to mobilize resources for the different projects that you are doing. And then Epilos will also tell us something they have done. Recently, we were so amazed at, in one of our programs where we give matching grant, the community raises 50% and we match the 50% of the budget. And Youth on the Move was very creative and was using like 5 different ways to get their money in the shortest time possible. And probably Epilos will talk much about that. Sarah, we start with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So personally, I'm a product of resource mobilization. I have been a champion for resource mobilization through Change the Game Academy. And I'm now a consultant at TOT for resource mobilization, supporting other grassroots organizations in empowering them and building their capacities in resource mobilization. And for the Miramoja, we decided to be very intentional in walking the journey and walking our talk, because it earlier on, it felt so bad that I have to go and train organizations in resource mobilization. And when I come back home, my very own organization does not have resources. And I could talk to my team and they could look at me like, that is just theoretical. It cannot be actualized. And so we decided to look for ways, very basic ways in which we can start raising resources without making people feel as if it is a burden. Making people own it as if as an act, practicing the act of giving. And we have around 3 platforms where we've practiced this. One was the creation of communities of practice. Back in 2023, we were challenged by KCDF to develop, to start communities of practice, Busia chapter. And this has been our biggest enabler in resource mobilization, because we come together. This is a platform that brings together different civil society organizations, the government, both national government and county government from relevant departments. And then we have the private sector who are also members of the communities of practice. And we keep sharing. When the year begins, everybody gets to share the plans, the annual budgets that they have and what they plan to do. And we look at the budgets. Where do we have similar activities that we will do? If the Miramoja is doing this activity or supporting development of gender policy, who else is supporting the same? And then we decide that I do not have enough resources. I have resources maybe only that can only take care of conference. And another one will say, I will take care of transport. And so we pool these resources together. At the end of the day, each one of us gets the credit because we are able to fulfill the project or the program that we intentionally want to do. And the credit is shared across. No one knows who contributed what. So that was one of the platforms. The second platform has been to resource mobilize locally through talking and having a good relationship with the local philanthropists. That is from the supermarket that is next to our office to that shopkeeper, sharing with them what we do and telling them how and why their support is very important in supporting our activities. And we did it through Pads for Girls initiative, which brought together even people from Uganda, because we are at the border and we serve girls and young girls and boys also from Uganda. And people have been giving to this, and they even labeled us. When they see me, they call me Mama Pads. So it has become a name that people would give just to be part of this initiative. And last but not least, we also we bring together resources through our social enterprise. We've had a lot of trainings on how to become, we got an opportunity to be part of the organizations that are being supported to become community foundations. And one of the requirements for you, or one of the tenets for you to become a community foundation, is to be able to pull together resources and use those resources to support other grassroots organizations to implement programs. And we've taken this one with a lot of seriousness in building, asset building, and also trying to see what do we have next to us, closest to us, that we can have a sustainable way of bringing in revenue or diversifying our sources of income. And one of them was through developing our social enterprise that is called Dada Crafts, where young people, mostly who are survivors of gender-based violence, they come together to this small workshop and they are able to put their creative side into practice through skilling. We are training them on how to even apply AI on the skills that they have. They are doing mat making. We are We've gone down to Budalangi because we have these papyrus reeds. We have bamboo. We've been training people to encouraging our communities to plant bamboo. And so we are looking, how do we add value? And the value addition is through making crafts from the products of bamboo and papyrus reeds, and then we are able to market it for them. And currently we are working on an application called Ndotobez that will see young people being able to market whatever they are making, from craft work to Juakali crafts, where they can just market it through this platform and help them access or have financial resilience. So to us, we've decided we've had to localize resource mobilization. Apart from the traditional way of applying for grants, we've also had an opportunity where we say that, people give to people and not faceless organizations. So we've had to create a very strong relationship with the national government through the Office of the County Commissioner, and the county government through the Department of Strategic Partnerships, whereby they are able to mention our name in spaces full of opportunities where we are not present. So right now, if any partner, whenever any partner comes to Busia County and they want to work with a local organization, the first place they will be sent will be to the Miramoja. So we've had those recommendations, and that is how we've landed opportunities to even get unrestricted grants. So for us, it has been an amazing journey of trying. Of course, we've made mistakes, but then we make mistakes and learn from these mistakes and try to also pass the same to organizations like the self-help groups, telling them that even that 10 shillings or 100 shillings that they keep raising every week as they sit in their chamas can go a long way to fill up their resource basket. Yeah.
You make it feel like local resource mobilization is something that we do daily without really realizing that we are mobilizing resources, or without making the money out of it, in the sense that how much would it cost if someone did not come through for this particular intervention. Thank you so much. So we hear from Epilos.
Thank you so much. I'm sure most of you have heard about the alumni group, and perhaps you are thinking it came so easy. It didn't. Sometimes you have to leave the baby go hungry or the child go hungry in order for the child to understand what hunger really is. And sometimes not just to understand how hunger really is, but to understand the effort the parents put in place to bring that food on table. And that was the story of Youth on the Move. Yes, so this lady came fine. The youth brought all the ideas and how they want to impact their lives, but this young lady came with money. And then after around 6 years, she decides, I think you are of age, and she just lives like that. And that's now where hunger hit. And when hunger hit, and she has now left all the powers to the young persons with epilepsy, what happened? 60% took off, including the ones she had really mentored to take the organization to another level. And then there are these who remained, one of whom is talking to you, had never written a report, had never fundraised, and you are wondering now, if I take off, what will the others do? What are those who have come after me or before me going to be like? Aren't they in need of the same empowerment that I went through? And therefore, the first steps decided no. We've mentored quite a number of young persons with epilepsy, and we've also mentored their caregivers. And therefore, we go back to our books and we start digging for their contacts through what we call the SKICA forums that they normally attend because they have to sign. And then now it has to now to begin that journey, inviting people for a cup of tea. As they'll celebrate, we are going for a cup of tea, and we will get transport in return. And then after enjoying the cup of tea, we break the news. And we say, we don't want others to go back in poverty. The community that we're struggling to change their mindset will laugh at us. Our young ones will go back to the misconceptions. We need to empower them like ourselves. And therefore, we sit down, we put down measures, let people share what they are doing for an income. And we say, we'll appreciate whatever you can bring. And then one of them actually says, I'm happy I'm going to be a sponsor. Kumbe hata mimi naweza kuwa donor. And that's how the alumni group was created. And that's how they started owning it and feeling for it. And every time they would call, they would even reach out to other networks, talking about how they were, how they are, and how they wish someone else can benefit from the program. And therefore, our number one resource local mobilization was for the people who have gone through the journey, the people who know swear, the shoe actually pins, and the people now who can laugh because they go for several months without the attacks. They are now off medication, and they are living their normal lives, they are thriving. The second step was, there are these people whom we take into the program every year, the young persons and their caregivers. We understand that quite a number of them are vulnerable because a majority are drawn from the informal settlements in Nairobi, Kibera, Mathare, Korokocho, Kawangware, and all those. Therefore, you need to enable them to come so that you walk the journey with them to empower them. So as they come, I have put my team there. And I'm putting my team there from the realization of learning the hard way that indeed in this world there's enough for everyone's needs and not for everyone's greed, as Mahatma Gandhi would put it. And therefore I tell them, someone else has really gone out of his way to support your program. I'm just reaching out to you to own this program by also supporting the other person to come. And therefore our tin donation is what you get to support you or to facilitate you go home, leave something in the tin. And initially we had said for the young persons, just 20 shillings. If 40 people leave 20 shillings a day, 3 days a week, if you put times 10 months, they have already empowered another 4 young persons with a similar situation. And then we extended the same to their caregivers because we strive for a holistic approach to their empowerment. And we realized we are giving these caregivers support for maybe to facilitate their transport, but actually some of them don't need it. But it's only that you have to make everyone uniform. And you find that some parents are putting in 100% of what you've given them. Others are putting in 50 shillings, and others are telling you, Madam, leo ni kubaya, next month I'll do it. So they take their full amount. And within the 6 months KCDF gave us, through the beneficiaries themselves and the caregivers whom we are now facing out to get a new group, we managed to raise 175,000. And wow. We realized this thing is working, and we have now taken it even going forward. The third thing was we are in Nairobi West. And for the people who have interacted with Nairobi West, ikifika saa 9 saa 10 you are still in Nairobi West and you meet someone would ask you, unafanya kwa club gani? Those who have interacted with Nairobi West, you know. When it comes to around 3-4 p.m., all the streets are now tables, and it's Kenya breweries and everything. And therefore we decided, these are guys with money. Why can't we just bring out our merchandise, our beautiful t-shirts, as we go just talking to them when they are now packing to go in, when they are still sober. And we teach them a bit about epilepsy, and we just tell them, I want to reward you with this t-shirt so that you can talk about epilepsy wherever you go, and you can also understand that a major cause of epilepsy causes among young people in this country is excessive use of alcohol and drugs, and in return I want you to help me change one youth with epilepsy. So we did the door-to-door campaign within our locality, and I must say the first year it was tough, but it's now amazing because even before we reach out to any other matching fund, there's always in our account, you see someone has sent 5,000, someone has sent 2,000, and they are really embracing our t-shirts. And therefore, those are some of the strategies that we put in. And then we also decided to leverage on partnerships. Our offices are just next to YMCA grounds, where young people come to play, engage in sports. And therefore, we approached them and say, we have these young people here with this nature of disability, and we want them also to engage in sport. And also, while other groups come here to engage in sport, they can also share about what we do in this community, and return, maybe someone can just come on board and to support. And to our amazement this year, one person who saw our young persons engaging in sports at YMCA came and told us, I've done photography and videography enough. I think I've outgrown. I'm donating these machines worth $500,000 to this organization so that you can do your videos even for income generation. And so those are just some of the ways we really used. And then we thought about the Mchanga thing, the local fundraising through the online platform Mchanga. And we just decided to come up with a clear storyline, acknowledging that we already have KCDF on board. This is what they do. If we raise 2 million, they are going to give us 2 million. And they're not just going to give us 2 million. They are going to capacity build us because we were left with no much expertise. And we are going to have very good measures in place. We are going to learn well how to monitor and evaluate our programs. We are going to learn how to identify other gaps. And therefore, when we put out a storyline, we used the same alumni group to amplify it online. And within 3 months, I think, the first time we had raised 560,000. So we used those small creative ways. Very many, of course, energy stripping, but young people have all the energy. And that's how we managed to do it. And we are continuing to pull it through as we ensure we are making now the ownership. Let the teen thing be an ownership. Let the alumni group be an ownership. And let the door-to-door campaign, young people embrace it. Even when they are away, they understand that fundraising, actually, it's not begging. It's just putting your cause forth, and people will embrace it. Not easy, but determined with passion, it works. Thank you.
Thank you. You tell us it's not easy, but how you say it makes us feel like it's so easy. But I like the bit of you emphasizing on building trust, on being accountable, on sharing the impact and talking about the value of what you do. And probably, Elizaphan, you can conclude for us around on local resource mobilization and tell us what is it in brief you do to nurture local giving.
Thank you once again, Emily. I think you must know that this is not a sprint. This is slow. They call it pakas in Ethiopia. Slowly by slowly, everything takes the shape. So I think you must agree that changing people to start giving for things which are not maybe medical, things which are not funeral, things which are not a wedding, is not easy. Making people to contribute for a bridge where the government is supposed to do the work is not easy. Sometimes when we try to do it, again the government says you are trying to take our power from the things we should do. So the best thing for us is also trying to be very transparent and building trust with the communities. Because when you promise communities that you'll give them trees, that you'll give them, they will contribute the land, they will contribute the watering and taking care of those trees, they take the ownership of it and they give back to you. But if you come, the first meeting you say you will give them maybe 1,000 seedlings and you disappear, next time you get there, they will chase you like an antelope. So I think it happens, and it has happened sometimes when you don't get trust from the communities. Finally, it's also getting clear targeting of the people you work with and the people who can give you. And we have found that small giving is very good, particularly if you target people like farmers, schools where we work with, we give learners giving us at least 50 or 100 to contribute to taking care of the tree and also helping their forest to grow. Such kind of giving also helps. And finally, we keep on learning. And also learning means in our work of mobilizing communities for giving, we recognize them. We've done it before. We're giving certificates to learners who are doing environmental work, and also even giving scholarships for those who are doing good in environmental work. It motivates them to be a good example for the community. And also having community champions like farmers who have model farms with mini forests, the things become so easy for them. Finally, it's calling for you now that if you join us on 10th is on October, Masingira Day for the Mau Maralan. You only buy 3 things. One is a t-shirt for 1,000, a cap for 500, and a list band for 300. That way you have registered. You have given back to Nguzo Africa. Then you can adopt a tree. Adopting a tree which we take for 3 years is 300 shillings. The same online platform where we have the Mau Maralan. You just say adopt a tree for 300. But 1 tree is not good for me. Just adopt 3 or 1 or 2 for 600. We will take care of that tree, and we will remember you that you did something for Narok County, and you did something to secure the Mau ecosystem, which is one of the greatest ecosystems in Africa, contributing water to South Rift, Lake Victoria, and even Tanzania. So I think for corporates like I&M, I think they will adopt mini forests, many of them, because we have 3 categories of mini forests. We have the starter mini forest where you can adopt for just 30,000 shillings. You adopt trees for 30,000 shillings. We have the grow mini forest where you adopt trees for 75,000 shillings, where you adopt 300 trees. And also we have the advanced tree adoption process where you advance and adopt an acre of a forest. And that way we count for you, and you will report that one in your we call it ESG, in your annual report, that you have done good for Africa and you have done good for society. For corporates, we beg you, just adopt a mini forest. Start with 30,000, and then we will record you and take you to the Citizen and the NTV to say that you did something good for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizaphan. That shop has everything. It is a supermarket. You can get anything from 300 to 3 million is available. Thank you so much, and also for emphasizing the bit of trust, the issues that you look at when you are nurturing local giving. And maybe Cliff, you can conclude for us very fast in terms of what does a truly enabling environment look like so that it enables community-led development, looking at work around policy, engaging government. How does it look like for you?
Thank you. And thanks, my brother. We are going to make a big forest out of your place. All right. In terms of creating an enabling environment, at the county level and within the network that we work with, what my sister mentioned, the community of practice that brings together various CSOs, low-level or high-level community groups. We've been able to create an enabling environment where we work with communities and we work with the duty bearer to, one, in formulation, policy formulation, in civic engagement. When you talk about this at the community level, first, let's say you go to a village and you tell them we want to develop a policy. They first look at you and ask, is it a policeman? What's a policy, you know? And so there are various ways. There are ways that they contribute towards creating an enabling environment by participating in those processes in very nice, indigenous ways, in public participation events. We've gone all the way down to even having focus group discussions around various policies that contribute towards improved public service delivery. 2 are key that I would like to mention here that have been driven a lot through the support that we've gotten from KCDF. One of them is public participation policy. Kisumu County has been able to domesticate a policy, and we developed a policy. It was presented to the parliament and it was enacted, and now it's in place. And now we are busy developing the regulations to help us with public participation. Public participation is a big deal. The whole country is wondering how participatory is participatory enough. We've had a number of litigations with that, in regard to that at a national level. And so helping and working with communities to voice how do you do public participation? Who should be there? What levels? What is the threshold? How frequent? The documents that you need. So we've worked with communities to try and come up with a solution that can be able to fit all of us, ensuring that everybody is on the table. So these policies have been developed to some level to help us at least move to that level so that we can be able to engage effectively. We've also been working on domesticating the access to information policy. You all realize that Siri ni kali, and most Sirikali will never give out information quite easily. And we are all struggling with that in various aspects. So at that level, we've been able to clearly have a policy that ensures that these government bodies at the county level are able to give the public information. We are at the crossroads. Right now, we are caucusing the assembly so that this is passed, and we're able to have everybody have access to good information in a structured manner. We are working with the national government, the Commission of Administration of Justice, the Ombudsman, and it's a multi-layered cross-sector working. We're working with the private sector, we are working with Chamber of Commerce, we are working with the KMA and all these other players, because it's critical to have all the players involved. The beauty of it is when the communities are part of it, especially when we have to do public participation at the community level, so that they have an understanding that there's a legal framework that makes you enjoy your entitlement and also makes the people who are accountable responsible to you in your different ways. So an enabling environment is an environment where your government is also proactive and the citizenry is also responsible. As you can already see, our country is at that point where everybody knows everything and everybody knows nothing. And so it's so confusing for the community at the lowest level. We are having a situation where everybody's doing, everybody's calling themselves a foundation. When you're moving towards election, every incoming MCA has a small foundation. Everybody's trying to give some children some support in terms of scholarship. So it's all mixed mud. It's all crazy. And so our involvement as CSOs is critical at this point to enable people to understand what it means to do sustainable development, to make sure people understand what it means to have an enabling environment where we can do inclusive and sustainable development that is accountable across board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause for the good job. Our audience, do you have any questions for the panel? Oh, it means they said everything that you would be thinking about. Oh,
we have mics that will be able to move around in case you have a question. And for the interest of time, allow us to take only 2 questions.
Yeah.
I saw the first hand there and the other one there.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Wycliffe Osango. I work for Kenyan Paraplegic Organization. My question goes to my namesake, Wycliffe. You said you work also with persons with disabilities, and how do you handle the issues of tokenism within the sector? The second question is to the panelists. You've done just this topic of discussion. How you handle the various barriers when it comes to ABCD model of resource mobilization?
We can also pick the second question. Who had the mic? Oh, that's it. Okay, thank you. Cliff, you begin.
Tokenism, it's one of the biggest problems that we are facing as a country. How many people know about the ongoing empowerment? Empowerment driven by the government today. You're seeing a lot of that. So that's what we are talking about. That is basic tokenism. And we are going towards an election. Team as an organization took IBC to court. And recently that has been quoted a lot in terms of the recall clause. And if you look at the way things are going, tokenism is driving all our populace crazy. Everybody is expecting something from someone. And all our politicians have gone running. They've been keeping a lot of local resources that we've needed all this time. That gives room for local resource mobilization. And they're running all over the place, giving everybody something small. And so for us as CSOs, we are caught between a stone and a hard place. And everybody's asking, you know, people give money to attend meetings. People give money, people give motorbikes. You come and do a lot of talk, and you can't give us money. Why do we have to come to your forums? And for us, that has been a big challenge. And so when my brother talks about tokenism, it gives us more impetus to do a lot of civic engagement, civic education. You'd rather have 10 people attend your meetings than have 200 hungry people who are looking for food. You need to have more people who are looking for knowledge, more people who can be empowered, and they can cascade what you already have downstream. So tokenism for real is a big problem. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who is taking the other one of ABC? I think it's you, Sarah. Yes, brief, very brief.
So thank you so much. So on resource mobilization, my advice will be very brief, that we as stakeholders or as community actors, it's high time we diversify our sources of income. It's high time we stop looking at resources only from a financial point. How can we diversify our sources of income, the income that we have, our revenue, and look at it from a point of in cash, in kind, in time? Because the traditional way of seeing that if I came here today and I gave you 1,000 shillings and somebody else gave you, dinner to eat, when you go home, you will be praising the person who gave you 1,000 shillings. Reason I don't know, but you know better. So it is high time for us to localize and make the communities participate in giving. We need to diversify it and break it down for them to feel like that even just attending that public participation meeting, they have supported. Even coming to your event, sparing their time to attend your event, they are participating in a way. For that one that doesn't have money, if they come and bring cement and bring something that you may need for that particular initiative, they should also be given the same applause as the one who is bringing money. And from that, we'll start creating a culture where everybody feels they're appreciated, even with the small that they are giving. And to us, we say we can't do everything, but we can always do something. Yeah. And if I do my something, you do your something, at the end of the day, it is everything. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for all those insights. I know, Elizaphan, you had your parting shots, and maybe Epilos, 30 seconds strictly for your parting shot.
Okay, my parting shot. For any project, let the community understand and take it from the point of view of a mother who has just delivered her first child. Very alert, whenever a child turns, whenever a child cries, whenever a child laughs, they all mean different things. And this woman is very alert about everything. Let's engage with the community from inception. Let them come up with that seed. Let them nurture that seed. And while acknowledging that we have the community laggards, but let them own it, let them feel, let them decide, and then empower them, walk the journey with them, capacity build them, and let them run with the mantle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Mine will be to encourage all of us. We know we've been doing things same way over and over, but today I want to challenge all of us that it has been a cliche, or whenever you mention that you're working with the government, civil society actors go like, oh, you're going to bed with the government. For the Miramoja, this has changed our story. We don't compete with the government. We are here to complement the work of the government. And we use that to be able to make the government create an enabling environment for us to thrive, for us to be able to serve our communities, and to remind them that they are also responsible to be accountable for the budgets that they make. They are supposed to be the ones addressing the issues that we are addressing. But here we are just to support. And so we use that platform to remind them to do that. And I would like to call all of us that let's embrace working with other stakeholders, from the government to the private sector to the very communities that we serve. And at the end of the day, we are serving the same communities and will be able to address the same needs and accomplish and thrive in this society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Cliff.
Thank you. I'll try less than 30 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, if I manage. It's interesting. Right now as a country, all the community structures that we work with, the self-help groups and the community groups, we are faced with a time where there's going to be a PBO regulation, and these bodies are what drive the change that we are trying to make. So for us, collectively, we need to support and work with the smaller groups, build their capacity so that they can be able to meet statutory government requirements. If we don't participate in this process, we are going to lose most of the structures that are helping us achieve the change we want. So I'm calling on us, let's all work together, look at the regulations we are having, agitate, organize, or even inject where possible, so that we can be able to ensure that we protect the gains that we already made and strengthen our civic space, because that is the space that we work with to make the change that we are willing to give. I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to share with you. I want to thank KCDF and Giving for Change and all the other players, our partners, our peers, and also those people we are mentoring, because I can see there's a lot of light at the front. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You wanted to say something? No.
I also finally say that on the issue of tokenism, I think I can agree with my colleague here that we need to take the courage of being active citizens of Kenya, and even write to the petition to the Speaker of the National Assembly, to the President, and tell him that the issues of unstructured giving through economic empowerment without legal structures should be addressed, so that we have a structured way of giving people or giving to communities instead of giving tokens to communities which are not sustainable. So I think finally, we also need to give alternatives as business communities, as community group leaders. We need to give alternatives to create economic empowerment for our people through the works we do, either by doing social enterprises or initiating innovative programs that can create jobs and also address the issues of food security and the climate change crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to this great panel, helping us celebrate the work that we do at KCDF, supporting sustainable development, 28 years and going strong. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask the panelists, please come down on stage for a group photo. Please come down on stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizaphan, Epilotes, Saramatha, and Cliff Ocheng. Once more, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So this is just a picture of 28 years of existence for us as KCDF and the good work that we're doing with our community partners. And these, ladies and gentlemen, they represent over 62 partners that we have currently working together in empowering our communities in Kenya. Wow, beautiful photo. Thank you. A round of applause one more time. Thank you, Emily, of course, for doing a good job in moderating that session and making sure then we are really engaged. Asanteni sana. I know we have many stories that we are more than ready to share with each other. So during this lunch dinner break, Please share with your neighbor the good stories of empowerment, partnership, and the good work that we're doing with our communities. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to release us for dinner. And this is the order. Soup is going to be served where you're seated. So please remain seated. Soup will be served at your table. And then after that, I'll guide you on the order through which you are going to serve. So the serving point is just outside. You get through that door. The Green Army, Ken, he's over there. Please wave. Thank you very much. Ken will be able to guide you once you get there on how you're going to serve, and you're going to have a good time. Can I ask, now, where is Annabelle? She's the one who prays for us when we go for dinner. And now that she's not, we are going to ask Kennedy to come. Thank you. A round of applause for Ken as he comes to pray for dinner and release us. Thank you, DJ. And then after that, we'll be able to be served soup on our tables, and we are going to have a wonderful time.
Good evening. Can we pray for dinner? Jehovah our Lord, thank you for the day. Thank you for the wonderful event that we've had so far. As we break for dinner, bless it, sanctify it, and let the dinner give us the energy that we deserve. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you, Ken. All right, dinner is served. And as we enjoy good music, and later on, we are going to have a good time to watch some of the videos of the good work that our past commenters are doing. Thank you.
My name is Baghdad Najambo Nyango. I had a dream of getting B- in my education, but early pregnancy hindered me for achieving my dream.
Kwa majina, naitwa Margaret Owala. Hapa si kwangu kwenyewe. Tumekuwa hapa tangu 2019, mwezi wa 9. Kwangu kwenyewe, mafuriko ilinitoa huko.
DevLink is a non-governmental organization that was formed in the year 2003. It's a woman-led non-governmental organization, and at DevLink we envisage an empowered, innovative, and just society for all. We work in 4 programmatic areas with a niche in socioeconomic development or livelihoods, but then we also work around health issues, education, governance, and advocacy. Our partnership with the KCDF came about because initially we've been working in this area, doing sexual reproductive health rights awareness with the communities in Kobura and Kabonyo Kanyagwal wards. In the process of working within this community, we realized that this community is ravaged with floods. There is also famine in this area because when they plant, whatever they've planted is washed away by floods.
Where we are, this is the flood-prone area, and it is the most affected area in Kenya. Since 2019, there are people who were displaced by the floods, and this is a total of 684 households. Out of these 684 households, 350 are still in makeshift structures that were distributed by the Kenya Red Cross. And the makeshift structures are very small to accommodate a family, that's to say, a father, a mother, and 5 children.
Inabidi ujenge tu ka 10 by 10. Kama mimi nilikuwa na mtoto wa form 3 na class 8 na class 7. Sasa hao si watu wa kulala nao kwa nyumba moja.
So that one brings a lot of family separation, and conflict also comes there.
Kwa jina naitwa Jessica Pio Mulo. Nilipata mimba nikiwa form 3. Nikiwa 16 years old. Hapo ndo nilipata mimba nikaanza shule.
So there is a rise in the early pregnancy in this area due to that. And DevLink has really capacity built the local, at the same time empowered the teenage women.
You can find a girl is pregnant in grade 4. In our school, you can find almost 9. So I was really wondering what is going on. So after the training, I just volunteer to take that job. I mobilize girls. I talk to them about how to say no to men so that I can reduce the pregnancy of our young girls.
DevLink wali mobilize watu from 2 sub-location, Kanyagwal and Kubura, tukapelekwa training at Kanyagwal. Kwa training tulifundishwa kuhusu social accountability na jinsi ambayo tunaweza kuwa watu ambayo wanaongea kuhusu kile ambayo government inafanya katika community ambayo pengine haiendi vizuri, na wakatuonyesha pia penye in case of anything tunaweza peleka malalamiko zetu.
The advocacy project is around bringing community to participate and hold the county government to account in development work. And we are also seeing community coming up with information and knowledge of what they want. And that is what Giving for Change is about, shifting power to ensure that it is more about the community and not what us as development partners want for the community.
So we saw that as much as the community may also need humanitarian support, but for long-term purposes, we thought that coming up with this governance and advocacy project with the KCDF would then seek to bring about long-term solutions to the community, because we know that the primary duty bearer in terms of service provision is the government, and that's why we would want the communities to be active participants in the process of demanding for services from the government. By bringing the project, which is called Amplifying Grassroots Voices in County Governance, would then enable them to demand for the services that they need from the county government as well as from the national government.
KCDF being a community function, we focus on providing communities with not only capacity support, but also grants that enable them to live out their desired intentions around development. Also looking at how can we ensure sustainable development in Kenya. So the Giving for Change program, simply put, is focusing around how can we undertake development differently. Also addressing social justice issues, and that we're able to really ensure communities are at the center.
Ne wapuonjowa ewi puonj kaka wanyalo puro gi kaka pur wanyalo dhi mbele gi chandruoge be mwanyalo romogo e gweng' kaka repeng kata nen kaka repeng kata chandruok moro amora ma kaka wadak gi nyithind kiye moko, koro wanyalo ng'iyo kaka wadak kodgi. Puonjni wasetemo mondo mi wawuoth puonj nyaka jomoko be kata maongo ge ibura, nikech sama ne gipuonjwago ne wan gi jobura, to koro wasedhi kuonde mine mamoko be wangiso ber mar development gi gik ma gipuonjowa.
Yeah, what we didn't know was that you can have that citizen power, you can collect them and tell them what is going on.
They have taught us how to manage our lives and how to connect with relevant authorities.
Our objective is to have at least 5,000 people made aware of their right to participate in the county planning and budget cycle, as well as also access to sexual reproductive health services and products. Secondly, we are also looking at influencing policies within the county of Kisumu. There are policies that exist like the Kisumu Public Participation Act of 2015, but that act still is lacking a regulation in terms of how then it would be operationalized for the people to enjoy the benefits that come with that law. Another area that we are also looking at is to ensure that at least in the 2 wards that we are working in, at least the community have identified certain projects that they would want the county to implement, so that even as we probably move towards closing this project, then those particular priorities have.
My name is Nyango. I had a dream of getting B- in my education, but early pregnancy hindered me from achieving my dream.
Kwa majina naitwa Margaret Owala. Hapa Si kwangu kwenyewe. Tumekuwa hapa tangu 2019 mwezi wa 9.
My name is Asha Kajweki, the founder and CEO of Blackwell Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are recycling plastic waste into furniture and deco products. So one thing we appreciate about these products is that they are sustainable, they are recyclable, they are very easy to clean and very durable. We collaborate with communities where they help us collect plastic waste from households, from businesses, which they bring. My name is Asha Kajweki, the founder and CEO of Blackwell Manufacturers Limited, a social enterprise based here in Nairobi, Kenya. We are recycling plastic waste into furniture and deco products. So one thing we appreciate about these products is that they are sustainable, they are recyclable, they are very easy to clean and very durable. We collaborate with communities where they help us collect plastic waste from households, from businesses, which they bring to us, and we give them some incentive. Then once we have these plastics, we sort them into different types, we clean them and process them into a board-like material that is made from plastic, which can then be cut and shaped into different products like furniture. My journey with KCDF started in the year 2022, and we now got into partnership with them officially 2024. The journey has been amazing, and from the support that we've received from KCDF, we've been able to at least get to have more collection centers within our communities to supply us with the plastic waste. Currently, we are working with 3 collection centers who are giving us this plastic waste. We've also been able to improve our machinery, which is now able to make like 12 sheets per day, which means then our production capacity has increased. In terms of market linkages, KCDF has also provided an opportunity for us to participate in exhibitions. For instance, this year we got an opportunity to exhibit at the Akose 2025. This platform is where we were able to interact with other amazing innovations and businesses run by youths, as well as interact with potential clients that really showed a lot of interest in our product, who we can still collaborate as we try to reach more communities in Kenya. Looking ahead, we are hopeful for greater things in terms of how much you can be able to collect from the communities, the impact that you can make in terms of how many people can actually be able to understand the responsibility that they have for the environment.
Hello, my name is Joyce Rugano. I am the founder and CEO, EcoRich Solutions. This is a Kenyan company that is driving sustainable agriculture by providing farmers with an affordable and efficient organic fertilizer. I grew up doing farming with my mother, and I saw firsthand the struggles of a small-scale farmer who really works hard but couldn't even get enough yields to feed us. And this drove my determination to look for a solution. So at EcoRich, we developed a technology called the WasteBot, that is AI-enabled, solar-powered device that is able to convert any organic waste to a nutrient-rich organic fertilizer within 24 hours. So in Kenya, we produce over 5 million tons of organic waste annually, and this 80% of this waste goes to landfills. And I was like, why can't we reuse this waste back to our farmers? And that's how we developed our WasteBot technology. So we met KCDF YEC program in 2024, and we were awarded 5 million Kenyan shillings. And this amount has helped us increase the capacity of our technology from what we had at 50 kilogram to 500 kilogram per output. input. And this has been a game changer in our business. One, we've been able to increase our production capacity from 50 to 500. And this has helped us even increase the number of the farmers we've been able to reach. So initially we met them when we were at 4,000 farmers, and now we are over 10,000 farmers. And this has been a major growth even on our revenues. Again, we've worked with communities in former urban settlements, especially in Kibra, and we've been able to employ over 400 women in waste collection. And this has been an initiative that has helped them, even especially the women and the youth in the waste collection, to earn an income from this project. Again, by increasing the capacity of our technology, we've been able to get a major partnership with the county government. This is because now it's commercial, and we are able to manage the waste in Kenya, Nairobi markets, and this will help us grow our business in a bigger way. So meeting KCDF and even the programs they've taken us through, example is like measuring our impact. We didn't know how to measure our impact. We knew we are making impact, but we didn't know how to measure it. And through the capacity building programs we've been with them, we've been able to learn on how to measure our impact. Again, on knowing how to bring together the business procedures and policies. KCDF came on board, they looked into our business, they saw where we had gaps, they held our hands and guided us on how to come up with the different procedures and policies of the business. And this has made it easier for us even as we run the company, and as we look forward to growing and expanding and scaling this business. It will now be easier even for us to make even more revenues and the business to be managed accordingly.
Hi, I'm Esther Kimani. I'm the founder and CEO of Farmer Lifeline Technologies. And at Farmer Lifeline, we get farmers ahead of crop pests and diseases. So Farmer Lifeline was founded in 2020 on a sole mission to empower smallholder farmers, and we've been in operation since then. So I founded Farmer Lifeline having seen firsthand the effects of pests and diseases, and having studied computer science, I felt a weight of responsibility to go back and empower the same communities that I had grown in, that is rural farming communities. So having joined the KCDF program through YEIC, I've seen tremendous support, not only in capacity building, but also in follow-up in the activities that we do. So what do we do at Farmer Lifeline? We are leveraging AI-enabled cameras that detect pests and diseases on farms in real time and notify farmers through simple SMSs on the mobile phone, enabling them to detect the specific crop pest, crop disease, and recommend affordable and health-friendly solutions for them to apply. We met with the KCDF through the YEIC program in 2024 and have walked a journey of growth, learnings, and even pivoting here and there with them. I have appreciated the journey with KCDF so far. They first ensure that we are well conversant with monitoring and evaluation. That is, we know how to tell our stories, look at that data from the beginning to the end, and see what data is telling us about our growth. I've also appreciated entry into new markets like Kajiado and Machakos, and we are so far have reached 1,500 farmers in these regions, with more intervention from KCDF promising to help us reach even more farmers with our devices. So one of the key components at Farmer Lifeline is ensuring that we change the behaviors of farmers from heavily relying on chemicals to knowing that they can apply the exact quantities that they need without polluting the environment. And through this KCDF program, we've learned that behavior change takes time. We may have thought it would take 2 months, 3 months, but it has taken us a year in these two communities for us to sensitize them, capacity build them, and even distribute the devices to them. We are so proud when we see that farmers are actually recording increase in yields, reduced losses, and are even changing their behaviors through our innovation. So these are lessons that will go with us, not just for now, but even for the future.
I'm James Kamau, the head of production and the innovation lead of Inua Dam Site CBO, an organization based in Nyandarua County, Olkarau sub-county. We aim at reducing post-harvest losses. We take the end-to-life fresh farm products and convert them to therapeutic, ready-to-use foods. We started back in the year 2018, where we started with fresh farm products. We took potatoes and processed them to cooking sizes and supplied them to slum areas like Mukuru slum and Mathare slum in Nairobi. We then progressed to supply the same to schools in Nakuru County. We thought of adding a bit of shelf life to our perishable products, so we started partial drying of vegetables and potatoes through using the greenhouse effect. We dried potatoes that could thrive at least 1 week. Then we went on for 2 years, where we learned about KCDF in the year 2022 through social media pages, mainly Facebook. So we started a journey with them. They have funded our organization to develop our station. The station is comprised of a drying machine, a milling machine, and a juicing line of the paste and the juices, where we take the end-to-life farm products like potatoes, carrots, sweet potatoes, arrowroots, and dry them and then blend them to flours, composite flours that can be used for kids and women that are expectant. And 2, in their programs, they are teaching us how to make our venture be profitable, to be sustainable, and they have helped us make a business plan. We have a plan of 15 years that we have learned from the KCDF team. At Inua Dam Site CBO, we think that this innovation is the break-even for farmers, because after the middlemen and the buyers, the market buyers have bought what they think is at the market trend, then we take the rest, which is not, it is not deselected because it's bad, it's deselected because of maybe size, color, shape. We take it as a raw material. It's fairly cheap, and this ensures that farmers get profit for 100% of their produce, because if they are left by the middlemen, they are left as waste. This model is replicable in all counties that do farming, not specific to which kind of farming, as far as the selection is vast in those counties.
I had a dream of getting B- in my education, but early pregnancy hindered me for achieving my dream.
Kwa majina naitwa Margaret Owala. Hapa si kwangu kwenyewe. Tumekuwa hapa tangu 2019 mwezi wa 9. Kwangu kwenyewe mafuriko ilinitoa huko.
DevLink is a non-governmental organization that was formed in the year 2003. It's a woman-led non-governmental organization, and at DevLink we envisage an empowered, innovative, and just society for all. We work in 4 programmatic areas with a niche in socio-economic development or livelihoods, but then we also work around health issues, education, governance, and advocacy. Our partnership with the KCDF came about because initially we've been working in this area, doing sexual reproductive health rights awareness with the communities in Kobura and Kabonyo Kanyagwal wards. In the process of working within this community, we realized that this community is ravaged with floods. There is also famine in this area because when they plant, whatever they've planted is washed away by floods.
Where we are, this is the flood-prone area, and it is the most affected area in Kenya. Since 2019, there are people who are displaced by the floods, And these are a total of 684 households. Out of these 684 households, 350 are still in makeshift structures that were distributed by the Kenya Red Cross. And the makeshift structures are very small to accommodate a family, that's to say, a father, a mother, and 5 children.
Inabidi ujenge tu ka 10 by 10. Kama mimi nilikuwa na mtoto wa form 3 na class 8 na class 7. Sasa hao si watu wa kulala nao kwa nyumba moja.
So that one brings a lot of family separation, and conflict also comes there.
Kwa jina naitwa Jessica Pio Mulo. Nilipata mimba nikiwa form 3. Nikiwa 16 years old. Hapo ndo nilipata mimba nikaanza shule.
So there is a rise in the early pregnancy in this area due to that. And Develing has really capacity built the local, at the same time empowered the teenage women.
You can find a girl who is pregnant in grade 4. In our school, you can find almost 9. So I was really wondering what is going on. So after the training, I just volunteer to take that job. I mobilize girls. I talk to them about how to say no to men so that I can reduce the pregnancy of our young girls.
Devlink walimobilize watu from 2 sub-location, Kanyagwal and Kubura. Tukapelekwa training at Kanyagwal. Kwa training tulifundishwa kuhusu social accountability na jinsi ambayo tunaweza kuwa watu ambayo wanaongea kuhusu kile ambayo government inafanya katika community ambayo pengine haiendi vizuri, na wakatuonyesha pia penye in case of anything tunaweza peleka malalamiko zetu.
The advocacy project is around bringing community to participate and hold the county government to account in development work. And we are also seeing community coming up with information and knowledge of what they want. And that is what Giving for Change is about, shifting power to ensure that it is more about the community and not what us as development partners want for the community.
So we saw that as much as the community may also need humanitarian support, but for long-term purposes, we thought that coming up with this governance and advocacy project with the KCDF would then seek to bring about long-term solutions to the community, because we know that the primary duty bearer in terms of service provision is the government, and that's why we would want the communities to be active participants in the process of demanding for services from the government. By bringing the project, which is called Amplifying Grassroots Voices in County Governance, would then enable them to demand for the services that they need from the county government as well as from the national government.
KCDF being a community foundation, we focus on providing communities with not only capacity support, but also grants that enable them to live out their desired intentions around development. Also looking at how can we ensure sustainable development in Kenya. So the Giving for Change program, simply put, is focusing around how can we undertake development differently. Also addressing social justice issues, and that we're able to really ensure communities are at the center.
Ne wapuonjowa ewi puonj kaka wanyalo puro gi kaka pur wanyalo dhi mbele gi chandruoge be mwanyalo romogo e gweng' kaka raping kata nen kaka raping kata chandruok moro amora ma kaka wadak gi nyithind kiye moko, koro wanyalo ng'iyo kaka wadak kodgi. Puonjni wasetemo mondo mi wawuoth puonj nyaka jomoko be kata maongo ge ei bura, nikech sama ne gipuonjwa go ne wan gi jobura, to koro wasedhi kuonde mine mamoko be wang'iso ber mar Develing gi gik ma gipuonjowa.
Yeah, what we didn't know was that you can have that citizen power, you can collect them and tell them what is going on.
They have taught us how to manage our lives and how to connect with relevant authorities.
Our objective is to have at least 5,000 people made aware of their right to participate in the county planning and budget cycle, as well as also access to sexual reproductive health services and products. Secondly, we are also looking at influencing policies within the county of Kisumu. There are policies that exist like the Kisumu Public Participation Act of 2015, but that act still is lacking a regulation in terms of how then it would be operationalized for the people to enjoy the benefits that come with that law. Another area that we are also looking at is to ensure that at least in the 2 wards that we are working in, at least the community have identified certain projects that they would want the county to implement, so that even as we probably move towards closing this project, then those particular priorities have become part of the current year plan in terms of what the county government would want to do within the 2 wards.
The training I got has done a lot to me and my organization. In 2017, when formed a champion team to pioneer the process of local fundraising, and we aimed at raising 11 million shillings to put up 3 projects in 3 different schools. Through the local fundraising process, we have been able to achieve our target. Although it took us 2 years, but we have been able to raise our 11 million that we had intended to raise to put up the 3 projects. I want to encourage many other local organizations embrace the challenge of changing the game. If we embrace it, we will be able to achieve our goal and sustain the project that have been started by many international donors who are now winding up, and some of those projects just come to an end.
Organizations have just been depending on donors for so many years, creating donor fatigue. Donors now are shifting. There's a paradigm shift in the donor funding. Donors are either supporting the governments directly or they are altogether withdrawn. So the main objective is to ensure that organizations tap into the local resources that are very much available. A case study now in Wajir, we were building a school, a laboratory in the school. The local community contributed about 2 million shillings. This shows that there is still potential within the communities. We have to tap into the local resources, which are not fully exploited.
As an organization, most of our sponsorship was from outside the country, and we thought that this was a good cause that would also assist us in looking inwardsly, because most of our problems, if with empowerment we can be able to involve our communities in handling most of our problems. This is a training that has helped us, and I would wish to recommend other like-minded organizations that it is possible with skills and the knowledge. It is possible for us to look internally in order to support the pressing issues that form the basis of the work that we do.
Kulingana na kutunza familia, huko kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanatokea ya kuhitaji pesa. Pengine hali ya ukame, kama vile ambavyo tumekuwa muda mrefu bila mvua kunyesha. Sasa kama una akiba yako ya vibusi, utategemea hiyo ukauze ili ukaweze kupata chakula, na watoto pia nao waweze kuenda shule, maana ni haki yao.
In 2016 kulikuwa na kiangazi kikubwa na wafugaji wengi wakapoteza mifugo.
Maisha yalikuwa yako chini, yale ya kung'ang'ana sana, hasa upande wa chakula na kupeleka watoto shule.
Katika sehemu hii tulio ni ya ufugaji. Watu wengi ama hii sehemu inategemea zaidi ufugaji. Ukulima ni kidogo kwa sababu mvua ni chache.
Kuna wengine walikuwa wanataka kulisha kuku, wengine walikuwa wanataka kulisha mbuzi.
Tulikuwa tunataka dawa, tulikuwa tunataka mbegu certified seeds, tukachagua supplier, lakini wao wakalipa.
You allow communities to excel, to do what they need to do without a lot of focus on financial reports and other complexities.
Kama wakina mama tumesaidika na watoto wako kwa shule, tunaendelea kuwalipia fee.
Tulianza kama vikundi vidogo vidogo, vilikuwa vikundi 6, na wakati ndio tuliunganisha hiyo vikundi inakuja hapa Mbale CBO. Tulikuwa tunalima viazi, tukaona kila kitu tunapata, na ndio tulianza kufikiria mambo ya vitunguu.
Baadaye kidogo tulipoanza kikundi, Transform Trade ndio wakaingia, wafadhili wakaja na wakatuliza tungetaka kufanya nini. Nikafikiria pengine tukianza drip irrigation inaweza kutusaidia sana.
Tukafunzwa vile tunaweza participate kwa hiyo inaitwa participatory grant making. Tukaanza kutengeneza hiyo budget na ndio walitupatia drips. Ni vile tulikuwa tunataka dawa, tulikuwa tunataka mbegu certified seeds, tukachagua supplier, lakini wao wakalipa.
The role of facilitation team or group was to conceptualize and address crucial needs to provide to the partners and enable them to think through their purpose and their needs as well as their own existing capacities and resources.
Grants done in a traditional way tend to force communities to introduce new levels of complexities. And so what participatory grant making does is that you allow communities to excel, to do what they need to do without a lot of focus on financial reports and other complexities.
Tofauti, unajua wale wengine walikuwa na design muradi na nakuja kuimplement, tuna muradi huu na huu. Lakini tofauti ya hapa ni sisi walikuja wanatuuliza shida yetu na tukawaambia shida yetu.
Na imbonete uteithio bwakwa bubwingi gikundi kuma riria twareterwo murandi jwa drips ipandite na drips manda jairi season igiri.
Awali nilikuwa natumia sprinkler, hasi kunisaidia kwa sababu zilikuwa tunatumia maji mingi sana. Transformed Trade walipokuja kwa kikundi chetu wakatusaidia kwa drip lines, kwa kweli tulifaidika sana. Mimi nilianza mwanzo kabisa 250 grams nikapanda, lakini wakati msimu wa mvua ulianza, mvua ikanyesha nyingi sana kuliko ambavyo tulikuwa tumetarajia, ika-affect vitunguu. Kunao ambao hawakuvuna hata kidogo.
Hii wakati huu ni mara ya 3 yangu kunilima kutoka kwa kikundi. Nikaona venye iko sitanyamaza. Juu nikiendelea hivyo nitaenda mbali. Mimi kwangu nimefurahia na imenisaidia.
Nimefanya piloting kile ambacho kikundi kinaweza kufanya. Nikapanda nyanya. Na tena kuna ingine tunaita mshiri, kualternate nyanya, mshiri, vitunguu na hata pilipili hoho ndio tuweze kuendelea kama kikundi.
Shinda ni maji. Na saa zingine tunakuwa na shinda ya mpaka ya mandawa. Juu hata mandawa tunaenda kwa duka tunanunua, unakuja unapigia dawa inakataa.
Tunashukuru sana Transformed Trade na KCDF kwa ufadhili wao.
Honestly, people, they don't believe, and they are looking on the risk side, like they are going to lose their money, and they are not going to get what they want to get. So I think it's a learning process, and it will make it easy because we have already piloted somewhere, and we have seen the impact plus the challenges.
Power and localization can be related if we begin demystifying the role of intermediaries and the role of grant making, and begin elevating the role of communities and the centrality of communities as capable executors, as capable program designers, as capable monitoring and evaluation experts. And until you test something and see the results, you do the participatory grant making, and you do the one where you are doing a little bit of more technical support, and you look at the results at the end of the day and you realize there is actually no difference.
Watu wengi hawakuwa wanajua mambo ya nyuki. Unapata mtu alikuwa na mizinga miwili, for now huyo mtu ako na mizinga mitano.
This beehive has a capacity to produce more than 2 times in a year.
Umetusaidia sana kama wamama. Saa hii hata mtu anaweza enda kujiwekea yake.
Transform Trade has allowed members to speak for themselves. Kamaki Farmers Cooperative Society, it's a society of farmers and members who came together and agreed we need to produce together and market together. That's how we got to write this proposal, and the project was funded, focusing on improving beekeeping and empowering women and giving them sense of belonging to the community that is known for beekeeping.
This is the apiary site whereby tunakujanga every Tuesday. Tuliketi tukapanga kila kitu chenye nyuki wanahitaji, vitu kama hizo. Sasa tulianza na kuchimba a dam whereby ni kukatch the water. Na sasa Transform now wakatuletea ni the dam liner.
Kando na ufugaji wa nyuki, tumeanzisha miradi kidogo kidogo kama uwekezaji wa pesa, kujiwekea pesa zetu kwa account. Alafu kisha baadaye kila mwisho wa mwaka tunakuja tunazigawanyisha. Tukaletewa sunflower, tukaletewa green crumbs. Mafunzo yenye tumefunzwa hapa, hao wamama unaona hapa, kila mtu, kuna watu wenye wako wanajua ku harvest asali, lakini saa hii at least kila mtu anajua kutoa asali kwa mzinga.
Participatory grant making, which we call PGM, is a model that is gaining a lot of popularity, and especially amongst actors like KCTF who want to see real genuine development that is driven by communities themselves. This is grant making that inverts decision making from the traditional top-down approach to an approach where communities and the ecosystem that is very grassroots makes the decision on who gets the grant. And so ultimately communities take a lot of control, a lot of responsibility and pride in the final results.
Transform Trade embarked the journey in 2021 by piloting participatory grant making in Kenya to lay the participatory approaches, including participatory decision making and participatory grant making, to shift the power to the community and the community organization to support their mission.
With the PGM, we were able to learn that even the proposal can be done by the beneficiaries themselves.
Kuna challenges mingi zimetukumba. Kuna vile kuna wadudu wenye wanasumbua nyuki. Wakiingia kwa mzinga hivi tayari nyuki wanaama. Kuna zingine tumedudu tungine tunakaa squirrel zinakula asali kabisa.
Utapata ile siku yenye tumeahidi kupatana hapa, wengine hawajatana vizuri kwa sababu ndio wanategemewa pale nyumbani.
KCDF with Transform Trade supported different activities, and the different activities were geared towards improving productivity, and that was just quality production. This beehive has a capacity to produce more than 2 times in a year. The traditional beehive only produces twice in a year or even once.
For now, ndio tumeanza kutoa asali kidogo, maybe hatujania haijamachua sana. So for now tunaweza toa 6 buckets ama 7 buckets, lakini huwezi kusema exact value of the honey that is produced.
Transform Trade has allowed members or community to speak for themselves. It's a key motivation that groups can still be funded when they come together for business, because majorly we have very few partners funding businesses.
Huu mradi umetusaidia sana kama wamama. Hatuko tunajua kudeal na mambo na mizinga.
Watu wamejengeka. At least imewafanya watu wao wanafanya kitu yenye inaweza wasaidia.
KCDF, thank you very much, and we also call you upon to come and support the community. There is much that you can come and do. There are so many activities, there are so many gaps that needs to be filled.
One of the things that I like saying is that projects don't close out. Funders stop funding. And so it is my hope that with the PGM and within our work of KCDF that we will continuously find opportunities to continue partnering with these communities, but partnering with them in a way that we do not change their identity or their aspirations.
Wamebadilisha maisha ya watu wetu.
Unakuta watoto wanafurahia kula mayai, hakuna shinda ya mayai.
Sasa niko starehe. Simbio imenisaidia kutosha, hata nikiambiwa nitoke hapo siwezi toka.
Kilima Simbio tulianza mwaka wa 2019. Tulianza tukiwa na NGO inaitwa Trade Craft, kwa sasa inaitwa Transformed Trade. Walikuja wakatufunza jinsi ya kuungana kama kikundi. Wakaja na kitu ingine ilikuwa inaitwa self-driven project, na kikundi yetu ikachagua project ambayo ni ya kuku.
Wakati nilipewa kuku, nilifurahia sana sababu sijai nunua kuku kwangu. Nilikuwa nasema, sasa nitasungia kuku wapi na niko kwa mtaa. Chairman alikuja akatuambia hata ukiwa kwa mtaa, Mungu anakutoa hapo anakupeleka mbali.
Hapa ndio niliweka zile kuku za kwanza. Sasa kuna zile zilikuwa juu na zingine zilikuwa chini. Sasa vile nimeona majogoo zimekuwa nyingi, nikaona zingine ni kukula nyama.
Kilima Simbio. Watu wa Kilima Simbio wako na furaha kwa sababu kila mboma mtu anaweza pata mayai. Wale watu walikuwa na shida ya kupata vilishe bora. Mtu akipata mayai akikula moja si amekula protein. Kwa kupitia hayo mayai mtu anauza. Kama ni watoto wamefukusiwa ila kalamu ama vitabu ananunulia mambo haya mandogo.
Sasa ya zamani tulikuwa tunasema kukula jogoo ni Disemba, na tulikuwa tunanunua kamoja tu. Ukikuta mboma iko na kuku kama 10 za kutaga, lakini jogoo ni moja.
Kwa proposal yetu tulikuwa tumesema kwamba tukiweza kupata mashini ya kutengeneza chakula tutaweza kupata chakula ya high quality na at a low cost. Na ndio hii sasa unaona kwamba tumeweza tumenunua crusher na tukanunua mixer.
Mbeleni tulikuwa tunaenda kununua chakula ya kuku kwa duka, lakini saa hii tuko na advantage mingi sana, sababu hatutakuwa tunaenda huko. Tutakuwa tunanunua vitu zetu, tunapeleka hapo kwa kisiagi, tunasiagiwa.
Participatory grant making, which we call PGM, is a model that is gaining a lot of popularity, and especially amongst actors like KCDF who want to see real genuine development that is driven by communities themselves. This is grant making that inverts decision making from the traditional top-down approach to an approach where communities and the ecosystem that is very grassroots makes the decision on who gets the grant. And so ultimately communities take a lot of control, a lot of responsibility and pride in the final results.
We had the co-creation workshops, several of them, including one-to-one meeting to develop and understanding, first of all, the shifting the power, to conceptualize effect mechanism of implementing the PGM in Kenya, and clearly define the roles of each stakeholders involving on the process. This include transform trade and facilitator group and support group together.
Tumefika mahali tu tunajaribu kuona vile ambavyo tunaweza kufanya contribution, tuweze kununua raw material za kutengeneza chakula. Tunaweza kuwa tunatengeneza chakula ya kuku, hata ya ng'ombe na nguruwe. Tunahusia hata wale wakulima wengine. Tunaweza kusaidia watu sana wa area hii.
Si mnaona kama vile chairman alikuwa
after this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so glad that you are here and we are able to come together to convene and celebrate this great occasion. The person I'm about to call on to the stage is going to give us a highlight of where this journey began, how it began, why it began, and how far we have come so that we can actually be on the same page. And I'm glad that members of the fourth estate are in the room. So this conversation will be very important for you beginning now, moving forward, for us to be able to now begin to interrogate with the subject matter and be able to understand why we are having this conversation. Like I said earlier at the beginning, the issue of climate change is a global issue, but it affects the local communities. And the communities here can be able to attest to that. So ladies and gentlemen, without taking further time, I want us to put our hands together and help me bring on stage Caesar Ngule, the programs manager at KCDF. Karibu sana Caesar, and paint for us a picture of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Boniface. You know, doing this, I'm used to doing this in the afternoons when we have conferences, meetings, trainings. But this is a new one and an interesting one because it's dinner time. And so, without much ado, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this special evening as we celebrate the second round of the YEG Challenge. Allow me to first recognize our chief guest, Dr. Tony Omwansa, representatives from Embassy of Netherlands, especially Caroline, who I can see seated over there, leaders from different civil society organizations present, KCDF community partners, who actually you are the heartbeat of our work. Let me also recognize the first 5 YEC awardees that we had in 2024, because this is the second round. This is the second awardee cohort that we are having today. Also, to appreciate the 12 nominees and recognize your presence, I've seen Elizabeth, who represents the first cohort that we did for Wangari Maathai Scholarship Fund that has inspired the current awards that we are doing. Our esteemed panel of judges from both round 1 and 2, and I think I've seen a number of them here. Our board of directors and trustees seated and who have you've stayed, so really we appreciate you. Thank you. My colleagues at KCDF, ladies and gentlemen, YEC is not just a grant, and at KCDF we actually consider this Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge as a movement. And we began this journey many years ago, around 2015, with the Wangari Maathai Scholarship Fund and other environment-related programs that we were implementing at that time. And so the key question became, besides the legacy that was left by Wangari Maathai, the challenge also began, what do we do as an organization to connect the young people who are very eager to give us and to innovate solutions, the older generation that is very close to nature, and the middle that sometimes majority of us are the ones that are really exploiting the environment, and so try to create and try to influence the center. And so that's how the seed really began, and it has grown. And so in 2024, to culminate all those learnings, we launched the first round of YEC, awarding 23 million Kenyan shillings to 5 youth-led organizations. And I think we've been watching a number of videos. I know the lunch, the dinner was a bit distractive, could have distracted you from listening in, but we will still share the links so that in your own time, you can listen to all those good stories. And so today we celebrate the second round. After the 5, we've learned a lot, and we decided to scale, of course, with the support of different actors, donors, funders, and so we've been able to scale it. And this year, today we celebrate the second round with the support of Mackenzie Scott Grant and Foundation Ernst Wilsdorf. It's a difficult one to pronounce. We are awarding 53 million to board brave ideas that have been presented. And so this year we actually received 439 applications. And I'll be speaking to why this really gives us, I'll be tying the huge number of applicants to a call for action. So we received 439 applications, 269 from organizations and 171 from individuals. And so we went through a very rigorous screening process with the support of judges, with the support of peer reviews from people who have a bit of expertise and background in environment and climate change. Some of them did a lot of pitching, in front of panels, not in the intimidating kind. We hope that it was very conversational. And finally, the same went to approval. And so this is to just demonstrate, while we are giving a very limited number, it was as a result of a very fair, friendly process, and that we are also continuously learning as an organization. So what makes this innovation challenge unique, and it is not just the process but the spirit behind it. We are not just looking for projects when we were identifying, but we are looking for people, young people, who are passionate, grounded in community, and ready to lead, to innovate, to scale. Let me share a few insights from our journey so far, just to is going to the second round of awardees is going to even take it to another level. And so one of the organizations that got the award in the first award was Farmer Life Technologies, and they are doing that. They are integrating solar-powered AI devices that empower smallholder farmers to detect crop diseases. And so you remember those who come from my age, you know, if you're not a Gen Z, then probably you saw extension farmers. And so the extension farmer is now also a digital tool that helps to detect diseases, and so giving the farmer a heads up time to mitigate and to ensure that they don't get losses, and at a very subsidized fee. Over many farmers really benefiting, 1,000 farmers, and the idea is to scale this across the country, and that is what the innovator is doing. We have eco-rich solutions, and for them they are using they are converting organic waste into fertilizer in a record of 1 or 2 days using what they call wasteboard technology. It's a very huge container. I don't know what happens there, but they close it, and before you know it, you have manure that you can use. Then we have Fruit Schools Africa, who are planting trees in schools and using a matter, you know, using young people to grow those trees, not just to plant them. Then we also have Inua Dam site. I think I saw them exhibiting somewhere outside, and for them, a lot of challenges is also around post-harvest wastage. And so for them, they have managed to create a value chain around fruits that are usually almost thrown because they are overripe. Probably it would be very difficult to transport that fruit from let's say Kiambu or from the farm to the market while the fruit is still very fresh, very edible. So they have a way of processing those and getting them back into the market. Last was Placo manufacturers who I think are establishing or are using waste, but transforming that to very beautiful chairs and ornamental things for houses. And all these achievements really reflect our commitment as an organization to fostering innovation, sustainability in our communities. And we are excited to continue this journey together. We believe that winning the award is just the beginning, and really I'm also speaking to everyone, but also to the new awardees of today. So once onboarded, awardees receive technical mentorship from people in their spaces, people who are, because the innovations like you had are from different spaces. So you want to link innovators with people who might have different similar experiences, or people who are mentors who know where there is no related experience, but somebody knows how to walk with somebody through the storm. It could be how to map out your business, because most of the innovations are also anchored around business ideas, so that business is able to take the enterprise component, is able to propel them to scale. Then there's a visibility and networking opportunities that we also provide through different spaces. There's monitoring, learning, and support. You will never grow if you don't know where you are coming from, if you can't learn from your experiences, from your mistakes. And so they receive a lot of support. Some of them are coming. As an innovator, sometimes some of them are not coming with a background of a huge ecosystem of an organization. And so they are learning. They are using this space to enhance their capacity to document, to tell their story, to market. Then there's access to additional funding pathways. So we believe that KCDF, this award is not a panacea. So there's a need for other actors to be in the ecosystem. So ensuring and preparing some of the innovators so that they can plug into other spaces. It could be in the market, it could be financing, it could be grants, it could be loans, it could be whatever form of financing, so that then they are able to take it to scale. And for example, one organization I think who did not receive the award, Ecomining, and I think Simon is around. They have been able to be already, before even the award, before the dust settles, they have been linked to GGI initiative led by Elizabeth, and they are already receiving as a relation support in the hope that tomorrow probably they will get an award somewhere, or they will be able to walk to a bank and secure a loan or credit facility so that they can be able to see the fruition of their innovation. Then, of course, there's opportunities for co-creation because really innovation and co-creation, as you innovate, you also need to integrate ideas from others. So tonight, really, we celebrate these awards. And my call to action today is really to different categories of stakeholders, really to our partners, donors, is that let's find ways of growing this fund. We are looking at it as a pool of fund where different actors can plow in, and then we facilitate and ensure that more innovators are really supported. Government and private sector could also support in building referral pathways for financing or co-financing, so that sometimes if one mechanism is not working, or if there are opportunities around another mechanism, then we are able to do many cross referrals. Then to all of us, let's keep investing in youth innovation, not just in words, but in action. I know sometimes we say that you are leaders of tomorrow, you are leaders of today, but until we give young people the opportunity, the resources, the capital, the things that really are required to be put into the pot to cook this desired outcome that you want, then it is just going to be rhetoric that in a few generations, when the Gen Zs are older, then they will look back and they will be just telling stories of how they were called young people and opportunities were never really given to them. So let's stand up. Let's give these opportunities to our young people, indeed and in action. Let's remember Kenya's future is not just green. It is indeed green coded. And it is being built by young people, some of them, majority of them in this room. When I look around, you have this advantage when you're standing here, you can see everyone. And I can tell you, this is a youthful congregation. You look across the room and I see a lot of young people, which is very refreshing. And so as we launch the 2025 cohort, let's carry forward the spirit of Wangari Maathai and the many unsung heroes and heroines, because really, when you begin digging in the villages, in the counties, you will find a lot of people doing amazing things. And that's why one of our vision for this innovation challenge is to ensure that we have a presence, we have awardees coming from different counties, because innovation is not just centered around urban centers, it is everywhere. Good stories are everywhere, we just need to look for them. Okay, we can't say there are no innovators in the rural areas, in urban areas, informal settlements, everywhere they are. It's our duty to create systems and structures that will enable them to surface the ideas, then we nurture those ideas. Let us continue to believe in the power of one seed, one idea, one voice. As the words of Wangari Maathai, it is the little things that citizens do that will make the difference. To the awardees of today, really congratulations. You are not just recipients. You are leaders, you are change makers, and I truly believe, we truly believe that you are the future. Let's keep going, let's keep growing, let's keep giving. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Caesar. You can invite the judge.
Yes, so I think it's my honor. I'm reminded to invite Joshua. And I'm Pew to give his remarks. He's the strategy and planning manager at NetFund, one of our partners, and they really supported as judges, and so we can give him a lot of some claps to encourage him to come. I usually don't have the fun and flair of Boni, but welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. our guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Are you well? My brief is just to introduce the judges and to speak about the judging process and our experience as judges. Now, let me start by introducing our judges. I think you'll just stand and wave. We have Dr. Agan. He'll just stand and wave. We have Ebenezer Amadi. Yvette Lando. And I think in absentia we have Dr. Anne Muriuki. Those were the co-judges, together with Madame Grace. I think it was a fairly balanced team in terms of gender. We had 2 doctors to boot, PhDs, so it had the necessary brain power and the capacity. And we had also about a number of observers from KCDF, and the whole process was quite well moderated. So we had a criteria in which to, subject the various projects. And one of the things that we looked at was innovation. We are very interested in innovative projects. We looked at projects that are actually addressing environmental challenges, of which I'm very passionate about, coming from an environmental body, through especially leveraging on technology. We also looked at sustainability, return on investment, teamwork, scalability, impact, go-to-market strategy, all those good things that you're subjected to whenever you want to start a business. And we really scrutinized the various proposals, the various projects that came to pitch. And I know we looked at about 15 of them, 15 companies and 8 individuals. And I'm glad to say that the process was very fair, transparent as humanly possible. I can confirm that we did not have, and my judges will bear me witness, we didn't have any projects that were brought in advance and we're told you must pass these projects. I've been a judge in many, many projects, and sometimes you're told this is a preferred candidate. No, such a thing did not happen. It was as fair as can humanly be. All these were very interesting projects, and we just want to congratulate all those awardees, the people who won. But also say this, that no one is a loser. If you had the courage to stand up in front, some had ideas that stretched the principles of science. Some were really trying to stretch science, and I know my colleague, Dr. Agan, would tell them that science doesn't sound like it's science, But the courage just to stand up and say, instead of saying why, you say, why not? Try to bend a few things, try to create new things. I think that is a courage, and for everyone who participated, for me, that is a winner. That is a winner. Everyone is a winner. So even for those who may not have gotten the award, you keep trying, and you keep trying. And for us as judges, it is normally a humbling experience. Whenever we go to judge, we are just thinking, wow, how did that person think of that? Here I am judging, here I am to decide the fate of this person, but could I even come up with that? There's that humility that comes with looking at all these beautiful things that young people are thinking about. You almost want to ask somebody, how did you think about that? And so, as my previous speaker said, there's innovation, there's innovativeness everywhere that you go. And for the winners especially, I think my fellow judges have asked me to point out that integrity is key. That this money that you're being given is primarily for business. It is to enhance your business. And if we can have a bit of integrity on that, and so that your business grows, you create employment, you create impact, and the investor, the person who invested the money, is happy, more people get opportunities. But if we decide that this money is to be used to do other things, then there's a problem. So we must have integrity, and we must be ready to make sacrifices for the business. This money goes straight to the business for what you have said that it is supposed to do. That is what it's supposed to do. So on behalf of the judges, I just want to say again, thank you very much. We are honored to be part of the process of the KCDF. And this process was really, really, a learning experience for us, an eye-opener for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Joshua, just before you leave on stage, I will ask actually the other judges to join us on stage. And thank you so much. That was a good job. Emily is going to give me the list, and as we award you just over there, allow me to ask the other judges to come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the judges. Wow, wow. Good.
We have Dr. Oscar Agan. Thank you. We have Miss Yvette Lando, thank you, from SME Support Center, and Mr. Ebenezer Amadi. In absentia, we have Dr. Anne Muriuki.
Thank you so much.
Calro.
Thank you so much, Emily. I would like to ask our director, Director Caroline, please come on stage and help us appreciate our judges. Yes, I think this way will be much better. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Director Caroline as she comes on stage. And the first to be awarded is Ebenezer Amadi. We truly, truly want to thank you for supporting us in this exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, this team sat down, many ideas. As a matter of fact, we received over 400 applications. And they went through each one of them with their support until we came down to the finalists that we're going to be unveiling tonight. Can we appreciate our judges one more time? Thank you. Ebenezer, thank you so much. Let me ask the package to come, and then we shall have a photo moment right here to also appreciate our judges. So thank you so much, judges, for the good support that you've given to KCDF and largely to... So, Ms. Lando, please, let me ask you to step here. The other judges, please, let's move aside so that photo is fantastic. Sorry, Doctor. Thank you. Photo moment, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Ms. Lando. Thank you so much. Appreciate so much. The next is for Ebenezer Amadi. Thank you so much, Ms. Lando. We appreciate you. Asante sana, Ebenezer, for your support. Appreciate so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate so much. Dr. Nampio is your, that's for Daktari. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let's appreciate Daktari one more time. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Allow me now to call, thank you so much, Director Caroline. We truly appreciate. Allow me to call Madam Atia. Please come and help us appreciate Daktari here for a good job. Well done, and even for your support. We truly appreciate. Let's appreciate Ms. Atia as she comes, the KCDF trustee. She comes to appreciate one of our judges as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just right here for a good photo moment. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Daktari one more time. Thank you so much for the good support. Thank you. And lastly but not the least, Madam Atia, please help us appreciate our Executive Director, Ms. Grace Maingi, who was also part of the judges panel. Thank you so much, Madam Grace. Please come on stage. Yeah, that's a good surprise, eh? I got you. Let's appreciate Grace one more time. Thank you so much. Right here, good photo moment. Thank you, Grace, for the support and of course, being part of the team. We truly appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Atia. We truly appreciate. Let's appreciate our judges one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And Grace, before you move far, just put your gift and then you will come to help us to move to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the climax of our event tonight, which is basically to unveil the finalists of the Young Environmentalist Innovative Challenge for 2024. And then after unveiling, we shall now launch the challenge for this particular year. And helping us do that is none other than our Executive Director, Ms. Grace Maingi, who is coming on stage to help us in this unveiling. Let's give her another round of applause one more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And again, we appreciate our judges for your time. Allow us to call upon you again, hopefully, and really just to say that they gave of their time at no cost. And actually, I think we sat for 2 to 3 days, and really we appreciate that. To my team members who put together that package, we will talk behind the tent, because that can be seen as undue influence. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I know we have had a lot of conversation, but really, as Boniface has said, we're coming to the highlight of tonight. As we recognize these awardees, I will be calling them. You'll be able to see on the screen a video with regards to their innovation, and really then an opportunity to give them the award. But as has been mentioned, the climax is really the launch of the third Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge. So I hope you're excited as I am. Our first awardee is Mamo Renewable Energy.
From the heart of Kisii County, a bold idea is cooking up change, literally. Meet Moma Renewable Energy. From the heart of Kisii County, a bold idea is cooking up change, literally. Meet Moma Renewable Energy, a social enterprise turning food waste into clean, affordable bioethanol fuel. Founded in 2022 by Yvonne Mose, Moma is tackling pollution, food waste, and unsafe cooking all in one go. Over 1,700. From the heart of Kisii County, a bold idea is cooking up change, literally. Meet Moma Renewable Energy, a social enterprise turning food waste into clean, affordable bioethanol fuel. Founded in 2022 by Yvonne Mose, Moma is tackling pollution, food waste, and unsafe in one go. Over 1,700 tons of. From the heart of Kisii County, a bold idea is cooking up change, literally. Meet Moma Renewable Energy, a social enterprise turning food waste into clean, affordable bioethanol fuel. Founded in 2022 by Yvonne Mose, Moma is tackling pollution, food waste, and unsafe cooking all in one go. Over 1,700 tons of waste diverted, 1,500 households reached, and now a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge to take this innovation even further. Cleaner kitchens, healthier families, a greener future. Congratulations to Moma Renewable Energy.
Moma Renewable Energy. I'll call upon our director, Kathy Sheth, to join us as we give this award. As you've heard from the video, they're producing clean, affordable, and sustainable liquid bioethanol fuels from food waste by products of food processing. Let's give them a round of applause. Moma Renewable Energy from Kisii. Let's clap for the amazing young ladies. Congratulations. Thank you very, very much. Okay, our second awardee is Vermi Farm Initiative Limited.
From the vibrant farming communities of Meru, Vami Farm initiative is empowering low-income smallholder farmers, especially women and youth, through climate-smart agriculture and inclusive financial solutions. This visionary social enterprise runs innovative programs like DG Shamba Smart Greenhouses, Adapt Finance Village Banking, and the Yetu Wallet platform, helping farmers increase yields, access affordable financing, and improve food security. Their circular economy model turns food waste into organic compost, lowering input costs and restoring soil health. So far, Vami Farm initiative has raised farmer incomes, saved up to 78% of water, and built resilience across rural communities. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Vami Farm initiative is advancing sustainable farming with IoT sensors, protected agriculture, and digital tools like DG Shamba, Adapt Finance, and the Vami Farm Wallet. Congratulations to Vami Farm Initiative.
Let's give them another round of applause. One of the key things that they will be doing is improving crop production, financial inclusion, and environmental sustainability. Let's give them a big, big hand. Are we excited? Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, there was something written here, IoT. I think it's called Internet of Things. Yes, I kept on asking the team, like, what is it IOTA? Is it, what is this? But really, really appreciate. Thank you. Let's appreciate our director for really helping us in this.
Hold on. Jesus!
Hey, the DJ has decided. Okay. Our third awardee is Mtaka Waste Solutions Limited.
In the lakeside city of Kisumu, technology is changing how waste is managed. Mtaka is a tech-driven social enterprise using mobile apps and smart systems to digitize recycling across Kenya. It helps waste pickers, aggregators, and buyback centers record collections, check market prices, and connect directly with recyclers. It even offers short-term financing, helping waste workers grow their businesses. And with AI-powered dashboards, Mtaka tracks waste in real time, supporting companies and counties to meet environmental reporting and compliance standards. Since its launch in 2024, Mtaka has collected over 1.2 million kilograms of recyclables and prevented more than 3,500 metric tons of carbon emissions. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Mtaka will scale up its impact using tech, data, and community to build a cleaner, greener future. Congratulations to Mtaka Waste Solutions.
Congratulations, Mtaka. Let me call upon our trustee again, Atia, to please help us give this award. And again, here we see the use of AI, data analytics. So for those of us who are still just using ChatGPT to review our emails, look at this amazing work these people are doing. They are going to be connecting households, businesses, waste workers, as well as creating green jobs. A big round of applause for Mtaka Waste Solutions. Oh, we can do better than that. Thank you so much. I'll ask our trustee to hold on to help me give the next award. The next award is to Eco Nasi Limited.
In Athi River, Eco Nasi Limited is making leather not from animals, but from pineapple waste. This social enterprise uses biomanufacturing and advanced protein engineering to turn pineapple pulp waste, a natural and widely available material, into a new kind of biodegradable leather that also enriches the soil. This leather looks and works like traditional leather, but it's made from plants, not animals. That means it is sustainable and cruelty-free, which means no animals are harmed or used in the process. What makes it truly innovative is the use of pineapple pulp as a natural and eco-friendly raw material for the leather industry. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Econasi Limited is set to scale up its work. They will produce more eco-leather, create green jobs, reduce waste, and offer communities a cleaner and more sustainable future. Congratulations to Econasi Limited.
Congratulations. Let's give them a big round of applause. These are young women who are actually changing the face of how we carry how we have our leather products. So we look forward to seeing your products soon, hopefully. How many of us are just waiting to buy that leather handbag made of pineapple? Yes, you have ready customers. So let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations and thank you so much. Please join me in appreciating them and thanking our trustee Atia Yaya for helping us with this group. Our next awardee, and I would want to invite a great friend of KCDF, Caroline Abong, to help us give this award. This is to Timao Group.
In Embakasi, Timao Group is tackling two major challenges: plastic waste and the housing shortage. This social enterprise uses an innovative recycling system to turn post-consumer plastic into affordable, durable building materials like bricks, beams, columns, and fencing posts. These modular products make construction faster, cheaper, and more sustainable than traditional methods. With this approach, a 40 square meter structure can be completed in just 7 days, saving costs and preventing up to 10 tons of plastic waste from polluting the environment. Since its launch in 2024, Timao Group has recycled more than 1,500 tons of plastic, built 22 projects, sold over 7,000 fencing posts, and created 30 green jobs. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Timao Group will scale up production of plastic bricks and beams, delivering affordable housing, cutting down waste, and advancing Kenya's circular economy. Congratulations to Timao Group.
Timao Group, congratulations. And I think that amazing work you're doing, 7 days, isn't that amazing? Yeah, and they've already created green jobs, and we wish you all the best in your next endeavors. Thank you so much and congratulations. Tumekula chakula. Can we give a thank you? Our next awardee is Mega Gas Alternative Energy Enterprise Limited.
In Nairobi, Mega Gas Alternative Energy Enterprise Limited is proving that clean cooking can be affordable, safe, and sustainable. This cleantech startup has created an innovative plastic waste-to-clean cooking gas solution called Mega Gas. They collect plastic waste from households and landfills, then use a patented thermal cracking process to turn it into clean cooking gas. The gas is resold to the community through a distribution network of women entrepreneurs. Instead of buying expensive gas canisters, customers use Mega Gas community kitchens powered by renewable energy, paying only about 30 shillings an hour to cook at a fully equipped kitchen. It's cleaner than biomass, cheaper than LPG, and produces no harmful indoor smoke. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Megagas Alternative Energy Enterprise Limited will expand its community kitchen model, reaching more households, reducing plastic waste, and creating green jobs. Congratulations to Megagas Alternative Energy Enterprise Limited.
Congratulations. Now, Megagas, as you've heard, has a very interesting model. They use community kitchens, which allow those of us who want to cook and probably don't need to cook from home to be able to do that and use clean cooking gas. Let's really give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations, Megagas. Our next awardees are all the way from Kiambu, the Pollen Patrollers. Let's give them a...
From Kiambu, Pollen Patrollers Limited is putting tech to work for bees, farmers, and food security. This female-founded agri-tech startup, based at Kenyatta University, is fighting bee colony collapse and poor harvests with smart hives that use IoT to monitor bee health and AI-powered pollination that boosts crop yields through precise hive placement. Farmers get instant practical advice through USSD tools and AI hotlines, making expert support available anytime, anywhere. Since 2022, they've helped over 3,000 users, trained more than 20,000 farmers, improved hive productivity by 33%, and increased crop yields by up to 50%. With a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, they will expand their smart hive technology, precision pollination, and farmer training, creating healthier bees, better harvests, and stronger communities across Africa. Congratulations to Pollen Patrollers Limited.
Let's give them a big round of applause as they come up on the stage. Again, another amazing group of young women who are using AI-powered tools to offer farmers real-time, accessible guidance on sustainable farming practices. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations. And join me in thanking Carol for helping us give out these awards. Let's appreciate her as well. Let me now call upon another good friend of KCDF, James Gatere, to help me give this next set of awards. And this award, yes, when I'm here with the microphone, I have freedom to just call on people randomly, even without warning them. So let's encourage him. Our next awardee is Zalika Green Tech Limited.
In Nairobi, Zalika Green Tech, through MC2, an AI-powered system, is using the power of artificial intelligence to protect our forests. This Kenyan startup runs an AI-powered early warning system that detects illegal logging, wildfires, and charcoal burning in real time. Communities access the data through a user-friendly platform, allowing them to track environmental changes, receive alerts, and work together on conservation efforts. A network of solar-powered sensors is placed in vulnerable forest areas where it collects environmental and acoustic data and sends it to the cloud. Advanced AI algorithms analyze the data, detect threats, and trigger instant alerts to the Kenya Forest Service and local community forest associations. Piloted in Gong Forest, MC2 has already helped reduce deforestation and protect biodiversity. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Zalika Green Tech will expand the MC2 innovation to more forests, strengthening climate action and safeguarding Kenya's natural heritage. Congratulations to Zalika Green Tech.
Congratulations. Isn't that amazing? And I think you have heard about the great work also that I&M is doing around protecting forests. So you see why I decided to partner these two together on the stage. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations. These are young men doing amazing things to conserve our forests and really, really cutting-edge technology. We wish them all the best. Let's give them a round of applause. Our next finalist, we're almost done, don't worry, we're almost done, is Adumu Limited, all the way from...
In Nairobi, Adumu Limited is revolutionizing how schools, hospitals, and community kitchens cook. Founded by a pilot and an aeronautical engineer, this Kenyan startup brings precision and innovation to clean cooking with the Adumu A100 biodiesel stove. This institutional-grade system replaces firewood and charcoal with clean, renewable fuel made from waste cotton seed oil. Operating at 95% combustion efficiency, it cooks faster, eliminates harmful smoke, protects forests, and reduces costs. The Adumu A100 features a solar-powered ignition system that reduces reliance on grid electricity with any surplus solar energy available to power lighting, an extra boost for energy access. Compared to firewood, biodiesel produces less than half the carbon emissions, making it a big win for climate action. Now, with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Adumu Limited will scale its lease-to-own model, making this high-efficiency, low-cost technology accessible to more institutions across Africa. Congratulations to Adumu Limited.
Let's give them a big round of applause again. Congratulations. Adumu is already doing amazing work helping school communities to reduce their carbon emissions, and really we hope that this award will go further to help them scale and be able to reach across Africa. Let's really appreciate them for the great work they have begun. And join me also in appreciating James. As I've mentioned, I&M Foundation, a great friend of KCDF and supporter of our work around the environment. We are extremely happy to have the partnership and to be together this evening. Let's clap, let's clap. You know, I didn't tell him, so really, I've really ambushed him. So hopefully the last person I'm ambushing, and it might be you, I want to invite an award-winning, global award-winning environmentalist. She has been recognized on numerous platforms for her great work. We own her as KCDF, and we say when she was dreaming, we gave her a scholarship. Are you seeing we gave her a scholarship, and now she's just going to COP and doing all these amazing things. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in inviting Elizabeth Wathuti to help us give the next set of awards. So as I come to the end, our next awardee is CropScan Smart Farming IoT Technology.
From Nairobi, CropScan is revolutionizing how small-scale farmers manage their crops. This Kenyan agritech social enterprise has developed AI-powered solar-enabled handheld devices that diagnose crop nutrient needs in real time. Using computer vision and machine learning, the device analyzes leaf and stem conditions and sends precise fertilizer and pesticide recommendations straight to the farmer's phone via SMS in just 5 seconds with no internet required. Through a pay-per-scan model run by trained rural field agents, CropScan has expanded access to expert agronomy services, saving farmers over 45% in fertilizer costs and increasing yields by more than 37%. Now with a 5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, CropScan will deploy more smart farming devices to small-scale farmers across Kenya, promoting precision agriculture, reducing environmental pollution, and boosting food security. Congratulations to CropScan.
Let's give them a big round of applause. And yes, you heard that right. 5 seconds with no internet. That's how fast the technology is working. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Our next awardee is an individual. And as our judges had mentioned, it really is not easy from an individual to put in an application, go through a screening process. As much as Caesar said that it was friendly, it's a very intense screening process to then come before the judges, pitch, and get to this stage. So I really want us to prepare ourselves to really recognize and appreciate these last 2 awardees who are individuals. So allow me now to invite Eric Sankale Olakiado of Lagrange.
In Nairobi, the Lagrange app is set to help young people and communities earn money while taking care of the environment. Founded by Eric Sankale Olkiado, this innovative platform is currently at the prototype stage. The platform is built on a mobile app that will help users earn and access carbon credits, which are certificates given for reducing or removing carbon from the air. In the future, users will be able to grow and monitor trees, enter their field data, and have the app calculate how much carbon their trees are storing. That carbon value will then be turned into real income, making tree growing not just good for the planet, but also a way to earn a living. Lagrange app will bring together science, technology, and entrepreneurship to give students, youth, and undeserved communities a fair chance to benefit from the global carbon market. With a 1.5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, Lagrange app will grow its platform so more people can grow trees, track their impact, and get rewarded for climate action. Congratulations to Lagrange app.
Let's give a big round of applause to Eric Sankale. He is the brains behind the Lagrange. Either one of us is mispronouncing it. Maybe it's me. Let's give him a round of applause to Eric. Congratulations. You can tell how old I am by the way I was pronouncing that. Our final finalist, and let's get ready really to really give a big round of applause, is to Nthuku Mumo Osoro.
In Nairobi, GCX Farms is a cleantech startup with a mission to make clean cooking gas easier to use and more affordable. They are introducing adsorbent biogas cylinders, a sustainable, convenient, and cost-effective way to store biogas at low pressure. This makes it safer and more affordable than traditional LPG. The design is familiar, like the gas cylinders you already know, but with a modular setup that can grow quickly without huge capital costs. GCX Farms will run a fully integrated waste-to-energy system, collecting food and market waste, turning it into biogas, and storing it in reusable cylinders. Customers simply exchange empty cylinders for full ones, making the system 100% reusable. It will be cheaper than LPG, safer than charcoal, and it won't require a complicated installation. With a 1.5 million shilling award from the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, GCX Farms is set to bring clean, reliable cooking gas to more households, food vendors, and small eateries. Congratulations to GCX Farms.
Let's give him a big round of applause. If there's nothing you heard there, just take home cheaper LPG gas. If nothing else you heard, he's going to make it happen. Let's really give him a big round of applause. So ladies and gentlemen, those were the finalists for our last Innovation Challenge. And tonight, as we come to the end of our program, we are launching our third round. So what this means is by midnight tonight, any young person aged between 15 to 35 years will have an opportunity to go to our portal and submit an application. The application form is extremely simple. What we're looking for, as has been said, is innovation, addressing an environment issue that can go to scale, and also bringing in community engagement. So let's give them again, our finalists, a big round of applause. And as we segue now to our launch, it gives me great pleasure to invite our Vice Chair, Mr. Gordon Odundo, to give his remarks as we prepare to go to the launch. Karibu sana, our Vice Chair.
Good evening, everybody. I want to start by very, very hearty congratulations to all the winners. I think this is my third event, and every time I come and sit here, I ask myself, which world do I live in? Because it doesn't look real, isn't it? Huh? Everything that's happening, all the innovations by all these young people, is really, really, truly amazing and very, very commendable. And also, I think, takes up the challenge from all of us that the youth are at the forefront of change. And I think what scares me the most is AI. I was sitting here and asking myself, how do you know it is AI? Maybe somebody is doing something smart and then saying it's AI. But I read an article today morning that is warning us that in the next 2 years, we better change or perish. And all these people today who are innovating, all the people who have participated in the competition, I think you guys are really at the forefront of the change that we're looking at. Today's focus is largely on environment. And that is a big challenge, I think, for all of us. And I'm really, really happy to be here in such a room of brilliant minds, energetic people, and change makers. I want to go into reading my speech. And I'll start by the chief guest, Dr. Mwanza, who is the CEO of the Kenya National Innovations Energy, the YEC judges, all the young innovators, the members of the KCDF board who are here, and the trustees. So we have Catherine Githinji, we had Hilary Onge, who left, and Kitaki Sheth, and the trustee Atia Yaya. Representatives from civil society organizations, officials from government ministries, departments and agencies present, and all other distinguished guests and partners. Good evening. It is a true honor to stand before you today as we launch the third edition of the Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge. At KCDF, we have always believed in the power of communities to lead their own development. This belief is not just a guiding principle, it is a strategic commitment. Our current strategy, Sustainable Impact for Flourishing Futures, which is running from 2024 to 2028, and I hope all of you will scan and take time to go through it and to read it and see how that reaffirms our dedication to community-driven change. As the board of directors, our responsibility is to ensure that KCDF remains anchored to its mission while evolving to meet the dynamic needs of our communities. We are entrusted with overseeing the implementation of a strategy that is both bold, visionary, and deeply rooted in governance, sustainability, and measurable impact. During this strategic period, KCDF aims to support over 100 community organizations and is already working with more than 60 partners across Kenya. Together, we are scaling transformative innovations and strengthening community philanthropy. These numbers represent lives transformed, ecosystems restored, policies shaped, and futures secured. We are especially proud of the Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, which continues to spotlight the creativity and ingenuity of Kenya's young population. From waste management, as we have seen, smart agriculture, to renewable energy, mobile applications, and biodegradable leather. These innovations redefine how we respond to environmental challenges and drive the green transition. As I read this speech and also listening to others around me, I'm really worry and think about all these innovations. How will you protect your intellectual property? Kenya is notorious. If you stand on the street and sell tomatoes, within a month, everybody else will be next to you selling tomatoes. So you have great ideas. How are you going to protect them so that you don't sit and you say, this was my idea, somebody has grabbed it? Big thing that we need to think about is monetization. How do we be able to be paid the true value of what we do, the true value of the innovations that we have? Interesting enough is how practical within the communities that we live in are all these innovations. Are they easily usable within the community setups? Are they cost effective in when you go to market with it? Are they affordable? Will people be able to pay you for these innovations that you have? Our theme today talks about scaling up. And when we scale up, I was very impressed with one of the presentations here where the commentator said that this product is not only going to succeed locally, it's not going to succeed regionally, it's not only going to succeed in Africa, but it's going to be a global product. Dream big, make it happen, is what I can say. Most importantly, again, without trust from the communities that we live and work in, some of the innovations that we have may not be able to see the light of day and be able to do that. So let's make all these things that we do accessible to the larger communities and the people that we serve in. As we look ahead, we invite all stakeholders, which are governments, private sector, civil society, and individuals, to walk this journey with us. Together, we can shift and build resilience and ensure that every community across Kenya flourishes. I would like to congratulate once again all the finalists of the 2024 edition of the Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge who have been unveiled today. May this milestone motivate you to implement your goals for a sustainable impact on your communities. Thank you, and God bless you all.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to launch, and we'll be coming to the launch ceremony where we'll also have our finalists coming and also receiving a virtual check. I would like to now introduce and invite our chief guest, Dr. Tony Omwansa, who is the CEO of Kenya National Innovation Agency, a member of the Board of Trustees of Kenya National Research Fund, as well as a member of the board of the Kenya National Commission of Science and Technology and Innovation. He has been involved in technology startup ecosystem in Africa for the past 10 years, founding and running various entrepreneurship hubs, programs, accelerators across different sectors, which include education technology, fintech, and mobility. He also engages a lot at the academic level, University of Nairobi as well, and also has been a mentor and member of the jury of other startup programs, which have included those organized by MIT. He has been a faculty member at Strathmore University and the University of Nairobi, where he has also served as a director. Dr. Omwansa created the Nairobi Innovation Week, mobilizing over 50 partners from the public and private sector and academia to enhance the local innovation ecosystem. He's also interested in the design, adaptation, impact of innovative, low-cost and appropriate technologies in developing countries. And therefore, there was no more befitting person to actually invite to be our chief guest today. And I would invite you all to also look out for his book called Money, Real Quick, Kenya's Disruptive Mobile Money Innovation. Let's welcome our chief guest.
Thanks very much, Executive Director and Vice Chair. It's humbling to be here. I am typical government, so so my style might be a bit different, but that's how we do it. I've spent some time listening, and I'm really encouraged by what I see in the context of what I am expected to do on a day-to-day basis. With all the guests and high-level individuals mentioned, I request not to repeat that list again, but definitely, because we do it quite a lot in government, yeah? Like the previous person reads, and then the next one also reads, so all protocols observed. So this evening, I was looking at the theme of our conversation, scaling innovations for environmental impact. I doubt if I have authority to speak about environmental impact. We had an expert who does that very well, and I appreciate. So I don't want to try and explain this thing. But let me try and talk a little bit about the scaling of innovations. There's a little bit, I think I can say one or two things. But that's not the focus of my presentation. But I thought a lot about this issue of scaling. Because scaling happens because it was by design, not by accident. In the way we visualize the challenges and the problems that we're trying to innovate around, and the elements that we put in place as we work on the solutions. So my point there is that scaling, just like someone else will tell me about monitoring and evaluation, you started right at the beginning, isn't it? You talk about sustainability at the beginning of initiatives. So similarly, we think about scaling at the design stage, at the conceptualization stage. The way we structure our business models, the way we think about the channels that will reach our consumers and customers, the way we think about the distribution mechanisms, must then factor scaling. And so I hope that as innovators proceed with all the amazing funding support that we've received and all the initiatives we go, keep thinking about how do you embed scalability. You may have not thought it about beginning, but as you think about the channels of distribution, the means of payment, the visibility that you work with, business model, you can tweak your business model and so on and so forth for you to enhance scalability. But that's not to say that all innovations must be scalable. There is a place for MSMEs in their form and design. That's okay. But I can see that the board is interested in trying to support those ventures that have potential to scale. So what do? I wake up every day to try and design and develop and manage a national system of innovation that will catalyze creation of enterprises, jobs, and wealth. So the measure of success of what I do is how many ventures did we create and of what impact and what quality were they? And therefore scaling is something of relevance to us as an innovation agency. We are semi-autonomous government. That means we receive funding from government, but we do mobilize a lot from private sector to support the agenda of innovation. So as a CEO, then I've got a role to try and figure out how do we catalyze. Now, we are not an accelerator, nor are we a funder, but we are an ecosystem builder. That is a bit complex because if I were to ask you, how are you? What would you say? I'm fine. Even when you're sick, you say you're fine. Yeah, because it's cultural, right? So one day, a professor asked me while I was in campus, and he asked me, how are you? And then I said, I'm fine. Then he asked me, how do you know? And then I said, I feel fine. Then he said, I didn't ask you about your feelings. I asked about how you are. And then I go, I'm okay. Then he said, how do you know? I said, I'm not sick. No, I didn't ask you about your health. I asked about how you are. And in a little while, I actually discovered I don't know the answer. Then he said, that's the correct answer. You don't know. Because I'm asking you about your state. What's your state? Okay, now you know how scholars behave, eh? So he really pinned me down. And sooner than later, he simply told me that the correct answer is that I don't know. Why? Because you actually don't know about every single cell in your body. Right? Of course, if I asked you, how are you, and then you say, I don't know, then that sounds very rude, right? But I try to figure out about the national system of innovation, and what does that entail? It entails skill sets of people to innovate. I don't know, in your view, in a scale of 1 to 10, whether the skills of the people in society called Kenya are wired to innovate. Are they creative? I don't know. If I want to ask you, how many of you feel I am creative? How many would raise up their hand? But I barely saw 10 hands. And there's a problem already right there. And that problem is my problem. Because if I don't have a critical mass of people who believe that they're creative, which is part of the foundation of building innovative ideas, we've got a problem. So let's go and look at the policymakers, right? You know the legislatures who create laws, eh? In your own view, in a scale of 1 to 5, do you think they understand innovation? Oh, that response is powerful, right? It's so spontaneous. Bam! I'll make a phone call to the... And now here's the interesting part. That's part of my problem. Because if the lawmakers don't understand innovation, then they're not going to make laws that sort us out for the future, right? That's part of my problem. The capacity, the skills. Oh, let me ask you another random, weird question. How many of you have attended an IP class, intellectual property class? About 10. Board. You understand now where we're headed with this one, right? Okay, those who raised your hand up, how many of you got that knowledge in your elementary school or primary school? Oh, who think they got it in high school? 1 hand, 2 hands, 3. How many got in college? The majority. If you go to China, IP is taught in elementary school. Yeah?
And that has a bearing on on innovation, because it's a foundational issue. That's part of my problem. Capacity issues of people to innovate and to lead innovation. Let me ask you another one. How many of you are in campus right now? University, or left the last 5 years? So I can increase the number. Okay. How many of you describe your vice chancellor as an entrepreneurial leader? Which university is that? Strathmore. Now the rest didn't raise up their hands. Now that tells me something. I mean, it's anecdotal, but it speaks to something, right? I was with Vincent early last week, and I asked him that question. In a scale of 1 to 5, do you consider yourself as an entrepreneurial leader and your university as entrepreneurial leaders? And he gave it 3.5. And that's the highest score I have ever received from all the vice chancellors I've ever asked. So it's not wrong, right? That's true. No. But if the universities are building the next generation of innovators and leaders, if the institutional leadership does not process entrepreneurial leadership so that then they can help their students to identify and exploit entrepreneurial opportunities, then we've got a problem. Then we've got a problem right there. Because that's the role of an entrepreneurial leader. Catalyze that mindset that enables you to identify and exploit opportunities. That's part of what I do. I've only just mentioned one of my concerns that I work about to deal with every day, is the capacity issues. We think about infrastructure that you need to innovate. That could be tech transfer offices, labs, incubation centers, fab labs, maker spaces. Where are they located and are they accessible to you? 3 is finding funding. Now, we always talk about the problem of financials. I need money to do what I need to do, yeah? And that's normally the first thing people will tell you. But I will tell you it should not be the first one. It has a lot to do with this capacity. It has a lot to do with infrastructure. It has a lot to do with markets. And it has a lot to do with policy and funding, of course. So those are the things that I try to figure out and see we can build a strong innovation ecosystem for our country. Who knows what position we are globally in the Global Innovation Index? I'll tell you tomorrow. We've got a problem there. But anyway, in order to try and fix it, we spend a lot of time thinking through commercialization infrastructure, mindset, skill sets, for us to translate innovative ideas into commercial value. Think about startups. And we've been trying to work on a startup policy for a while, which has had a lot of problems. We've been trying to work on the innovation policy, commercialization policies, intellectual property policies. And I have come to a simple appreciation after a few years of work that, yes, you make 3 steps forward sometimes. Okay, so think about your eyes and think about your legs. Think about your brain. After we leave here, you need to go home. So let's assume that the leg wants to go to Kisumu, your eyes want to go to your house, and your brain is thinking of going to heaven. Okay? So which one will win? So my job is to think about how your brain works properly, in isolation of every other thing, and your eyes are working properly, and your legs are working properly. Now, all these 3 pieces can work together. I mean, they can work properly, but you still don't go home. Because then the communication between all of them must be optimal so that then you get home. Because if the communication between the elements is broken, it doesn't matter how well the elements are, how good our infrastructure is, how good our policy environment, our funding options, and such like. Then they speak to one another effectively for us to thrive with a national system of innovation. Now, I'll speak to about 4 points. I normally have a lot of ideas, but I'll spare you the headache of too many ideas. But I'll speak to about 3 or 4 points that I'd like you to take home. 1 is innovation thrives when you think about clusters, clustering. So this issue of environment to me sounds really great, because when you're working as a cluster, you optimize. Innovation efforts in ICT or in healthcare are unique from the way we innovate in sectors like engineering. Why? Because the infrastructural needs you have are unique. And when you put together academics, put together students, put together funders, put together ESOs, enterprise support organizations, and think through the policy atmosphere of one cluster, call it environment or sustainability or green, we tend to succeed. So as you move forward, please think more and more about how you pull together and work together with the people who are working within that cluster, because we will optimize ourselves more that way. 1. 2, I didn't hear from the judges that intellectual property was one of the issues that you were looking at. Was it? Okay. How many of us have registered some form of intellectual property for our ideas? Okay. I don't think they reached 10. So to the board, I'd like to emphasize that. So let me explain to you why this is so important. And it's something I've battled with over the last couple of years. So, how many of you have parked a car outside? You came out with a car and you parked outside. Are you worried about it? Why not? It's mine. It's a number plate. I've got a logbook. You have not thought about it since you came, yeah? And you're sure you'll find it outside, right? So what if you don't find, what do you do? Sorry? If you don't find it where you parked. One day, by the way, funny, this is a really nice joke. Some guy parked a car in a parking lot at Sarit Center during the day. And he went to the mall. And then he came out and he couldn't find it. And then he was so confused to the extent that he started looking under other cars to see if he'll find it. You lose the car one day, then you know how bad that experience is. You get confused. You can't even explain what you're doing. But I'm sure if you don't find the car, you will call police and then you will say, look, this is my logbook. After all, I even saved it in my Google Drive or somewhere. And for sure, call the insurance and then life moves on and maybe you get your car replaced, isn't it? But let's assume you didn't have the logbook. Make that assumption. You didn't have the logbook. And the car disappears. What will you do? Almost nothing. And because everybody will laugh at you, isn't it? You don't own that car. So, please don't carry expectations about it. It's not yours. There is no proof, right? So for our many ideas, this is the value of intellectual property because it's the basis for ownership. And when you own the car, so I'll give you this illustration. I was explaining this to our executive director. So, here you are. You've got a pickup. And you want to convert it into like a vehicle for transporting things and people, so you need to put a body and so on and so forth. And you don't have the money, but you at least have a pickup car. And so what you do, you come to me and you tell me, give me some money, I want to put a body for it and then I'm going to use it for business. Okay, sounds good. If you tell me you have the logbook, I'm likely to respond and say, yeah, that's not a bad idea, but look, I'm going to put the body and then we will hire a driver, I'll pay the salary of the driver, and we'll be in business 6 months down the road. You know, hopefully we'll have broken even, and then from there we'll have some profit and life moves on. So I am an investor. And I say I'm going to put in money so that then we make the business out of this pickup truck. What if you come to me with a pickup truck and say, I don't have a logbook, but I'd like you to invest in my business? What is the probability that I'll sign up? You don't have a logbook. Who here is willing to invest in that idea? You don't have a logbook? Please, we don't even discuss how beautiful your idea is. I hope you can map that to your innovative ideas. I hope there is logical sense in the illustration I've given. No one wants to discuss with you if there is no proof of ownership. I know it is your idea, you got an award, but there is no proof of ownership. Does that make sense? So reflect carefully on why you have to invest your attention in evidence of ownership. And that makes a very big difference in terms of attracting investment. You see, we have ideas, and we were talking about scalability. Scalability, and I'll talk a little bit about the technology readiness levels as my second or third point, is a function of having to attract the kind of funding that enables you to scale. The 5 million will help you to move some steps forward, but it will not enable you to scale modestly. You're going to need a lot more money, and that's going to be private sector. And that private sector comes and engages partly on the grounds of what is the evidence of ownership of your idea. Food for thought, intellectual property management. Point number 2 is on technology readiness levels. Now, how many of you sometimes feel frustrated that the idea is not flying like I thought it should? Anybody would want to raise their hand, but I kind of feel like the idea is not flying as I wanted it to. Great. Now, I have been in many institutions where I see very many good ideas, and I find people frustrated that this thing is not flying. Then I ask, what is the technology readiness level? And no one answers the question. Now, NASA came up with this framework that helps you to assess the maturity levels of your technology from level 1 to level 9. Please take some time and understand this framework of technology readiness levels. Because as you move from an idea stage of like you're doing basic research, on the extreme end is a very scalable business. In between are steps from prototyping, business model canvases, value proposition, testing, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. As you move up the value chain and you have very mature ideas that are in industry, the financial instruments, the interventions that you need change as you go up the value chain. Now, when I say financial instruments, it's going to point to my last point that I'll speak about, is how you fund innovations. These kind of awards are very good for technology readiness levels 1, 2, 3. Because they help you to validate your assumptions, test your ideas, prototype, tweak them a little bit, add more variety to what you're doing. But this kind of funding will not enable you to scale. When she gave you that money, it's because she believed in your idea. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. But that 5 million is not the kind of intervention you need when you want to aggressively compete in the market. You're going to need money, which is an investment. And the guy who gives you the money, which is an investment, tomorrow morning gives you the KPIs. Have you given them KPIs already? You see the problem with grants? The problem with grants and awards, and I do give them as an innovation agency, is that we celebrate. We celebrate, I've won this funding. But that's not the ingredient for business. Business is rough and aggressive. And if I give you an investment, I want my money back the fastest possible. The next thing I'll be asking you, the baseline on the following indicators. 1, how many customers? 3, how many users? 4, etc., etc., etc. How much funding are we attracting? What's your branding? La, 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 la. So I'll list the things. Tell you, look, next week we're having a discussion. By the way, right now I'm running a venture program, and we've got some ventures that I've picked from universities. Every single week is intensive engagement on what was the baseline and where we are now. And we have a period of time that we must deliver really fast. And we are preparing ourselves for investment, for those ventures. So you see, technology readiness level 1, 2, 3 is simply saying you need grants, commercialization grants, gentle, patient payment, things not too rough. But as you start moving up the value chain, you need different kind of instruments and different kinds of interventions. Now, if you're in technology readiness level 4 and you just got some 5 million, congratulations, amazing. Don't feel frustrated why the idea doesn't fly. Because the instrument was never meant to make you fly. And the corresponding intervention and support system were not made you to fly. You know what? If I give you them funding for investment, I'm expecting you not to sleep tonight. She is not expecting you not to sleep tonight. That's different. So you go restless. Make all the phone calls you can make tonight. How many partners am I going to build? These are my targets. I lose sleep for it. Technology readiness levels. Take some time to understand what is expected at different levels, so that then you know how you move, and you know that at this point, this is what I need. When I get here, this is what I need. And if I start talking fundraising, I think differently as I move up the value chain. Partnerships that I need, visibility that I need, it changes as you move up the value chain of technology readiness levels. I'll lastly speak to the question of appropriate financial instruments. I've hinted that yes, an award is an amazing thing. You need it at some technology readiness levels. Now, I have heard stories, and I believe a number of us have heard, that, hey, you know what, I got this funding from this investor, and the business collapsed, and they probably came for me or the business and so on and so forth, or somebody took my idea, or I exposed this and I lost it. Every time I hear these stories of ideas being lost, someone taking or copying, I think about intellectual property, and I also think about appropriateness of the financial instrument. The financial instruments that we have in society, including loans and so forth, they are not bad by themselves. It's a question of how they are mapped into the technology readiness level. So you can sign up for the wrong financial instrument, not because it's bad, but because you didn't understand probably the terms, and you probably went to it too soon. That's why you must immerse yourself into the technology readiness levels, and the intervention is expected along the way, so that then you pick the appropriate financial instrument for the level that you are at. And I hope that as you pull together, you start thinking more and more about investment readiness. Investment readiness. And when we talk, for example, on financial literacy, that's different from investment readiness. I am ready to attract investment. It's not a discussion that I can balance the sheet, or that I actually can handle the portfolio and so on and so forth. It has a lot to do with my ability to absorb resources, to execute that which I should, and get the returns that I deserve. Investment readiness. Now, if KCDF does not have a training program on investment readiness, please take time to find, and this information is available, immerse yourself on investment readiness. Because then you're starting to tweak yourself more and more towards investments and attracting the kind of partners that are appropriate for you as you're moving up the value chain of technology readiness. Build your capacity on investment readiness. As an innovation agency, because it's in my interest for the eye to work well and communicate effectively to the ear and the head and the brain, and then the system keeps moving, I am more than happy to see a partner like KCDF who are actively participating in supporting a certain maturity level. There are others who are participating in other maturity levels, and I look forward to structuring a stronger collaboration, being more useful to you, helping intervene where we can, endorsing what I must endorse, and so on and so forth. Because you, from my standpoint, you are a part of the system. Very crucial part of the system. The better you function, the better for me. The better you interact with other players who are operating at different levels of that ecosystem, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's capacity development. It is in your interest that the education system produces more people whom you can absorb and give them the support they need to move up the value chain. Your success is dependent on the success of other people. Now let me give a classic example as I close. How many of us took an entrepreneurship course in college? How many of us took entrepreneurship as a course, as a class in campus? Okay? Many. How many of you decided to build a venture because of that class? I now see two hands. The second one is actually shaky. Okay, so at least there are 3, 4. You see the number just dropped from about 15, 20 hands to 3, 4. And that tells me something. And I have asked these faculty members who teach entrepreneurship, what were your desired outcome? Yeah. So you gave grades A minus, B, and C. Are you surprised that there are no ventures as a result of the efforts that you put in? And I've called, actually, people who teach entrepreneurship and hosted them in a workshop like this, and we had this kind of conversations. And they were also surprised that they actually don't have ventures. They're like, okay, so why are you exactly teaching that course? Okay. They actually asked, man, so I said, like, how many startups do you have sure as a result of your effort? And they scratched their head. And like, I'm actually surprised. That tells me something, that the person who teaches entrepreneurship in a university setting is determining your success by virtue of how they execute, by virtue of they understand their mandate, by virtue of how they intervene in the life of a founder, a 21st century Gen Z. That is the input to your process. The better they do it, the higher your chances of success. You see now how I relate the eye to the brain to the leg? If the leg is asking me to go in a certain direction, and the eye is thinking about a certain direction, we don't get home. It's in our interest to think about the ecosystem collectively, because our individual successes in the various places that we play in the ecosystem is so dependent on what the others do. If you have someone in college, there's one day I went to a university called Laikipia, and I made a very radical statement. I was talking to students, and I said, if the faculty don't teach you about intellectual property, go and riot. And by the way, I really think I meant it, though I didn't want them to go and riot. But I said it because if you miss it now and your idea is stolen tomorrow, who do we blame? You or the faculty member? It's obvious. As far as I'm concerned, it's the faculty member. So claim your right. Demand that you are exposed to these things in good time. That's just a demonstration of why we have to care about how the ecosystem works in order to thrive as individuals and as entities. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our chief guest, for that amazing insights you've been able to share. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Dr. Tony Omwansa. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great insights on how we need to take care of our innovations. And I think we've learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the tail end of our program, but this must not come to an end without the climax of it all. And just to reiterate, what we've just witnessed here in the awarding of the great innovative ideas. Did you notice we've just awarded 53 million Kenya shillings? Oh, come on, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that is not a small feat to the hands of our young people and to the great innovative ideas that we've been able to experience tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to come to that moment. But before we do the launch, I would like us to finish that bit where we are awarding our finalists. So once again, allow me to ask the finalists to come back on stage, and so that we can have the moment where we do the check handover. And to help us do this, I'll ask Grace to come back on stage. Our chief guest, please, Dr. Tony, please come back on stage. I request our board vice chair, Mr. Gordon Odundo, please come back on stage. And Mr. James Gatere, please help us as always so that we can issue this check. And our finalists, of course, please help me welcome our finalists back on stage with a round of applause one more time. Please, thank you. Please bring the check. This is not a small feat. This is why we came to celebrate these innovative ideas. And yeah, this is good. This is great. So let's have this great photo moment, and then after this we'll have several photos. I will guide on that, and then we'll be able to, please come on stage. Thank you very much. DJ Uli Sawa. Thank you so much. So I would like to have some finalists into the picture, either behind or besides. I know we are many, but let's try as much as possible to have the young faces also visible on the photo. Yeah, so some of you guys can come to the other side. Thank you. And then Gen Z kuja mbele. Unajua wapi makofi ya Gen Z? Thank you very much. So this is a check from I&M Bank. Yeah, the cameras are rolling in 3, 2, 1. A round of applause one more time. You guys need to move back. Gen Z, hapo nyuma, asante. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellent. Then you guys now can come down to stage, and then what are 5 million above, come back. Yeah, 53 million is not a small feat, isn't it? Yeah, so let's celebrate them one more time. Thank you guys, we appreciate you. This is KCDF, investing in your ideas. Go and conquer, go innovate, go and do great things. One more time. That is a great photo. 3, 2. Grace, please be on stage. They are visible. Yeah. Karibu na Gen Z. Wasilete ile kitu. Haya, let's look at the cameras. Someone is behind. Yes, that you can go behind these two guys. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hapo sawa. Lugusa nikikosea uniambie. Fantastic. Mwalimu wangu Studio B KBC. Angalia hapa. Picture 1, 2, 3. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. All right, finalists, allow me, now we can have the check. Thank you very much. Please, our guests remain on stage because this is the moment we've all been waiting for to now launch this 3rd edition. So ladies and gentlemen, after this launch, our chief guest, this challenge is going to be live on the KCDF website. And young people from across this country, feel free to go to our website, www.kcdf.or.ke, and go and apply for the 3rd edition. So I'll ask Grace now to invite our chief guest so that we can launch the 3rd edition.
Thank you. As we do that, I've been reminded our trustees, our directors who are still here with us, please join us on stage. And I'll ask if we could come. There's going to be some magic happening from some places, so we need to be careful about that. One time, some of us almost fell off the stage, so today we want to be ready. Okay, I will draw your attention to the screens as we prepare to launch.
Since 2023, the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge has been giving young Kenyans a platform and the support to turn their big green ideas into real action. From cleaner energy to smarter farming, from recycling waste to using climate tech, our first 2 editions backed 17 incredible youth-led projects across the country. Now, we are scaling up the impact. The 3rd edition is all about scaling innovations for environmental impact, helping young changemakers reach more people, protect more ecosystems, and build stronger, greener communities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge, launching in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The third edition of the KCDF Young Environmentalist Innovation Challenge has been launched in a colorful, beautiful way. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the launch of YAIC 2025. Chief guest, come on. A word or two. Okay, thanks very much. I mean, it's amazing to be part of this, isn't it? Like, you're part of history. And I was thinking about this call, and you mentioned the age of 15 to 35. That's what some people call youth, depending on which school of thought you are from. So it's targeting the youth. And now that I come from government setting, this is a high priority area for the government, trying to create possibilities for youth and opportunities. And like I said, you become a very strategic partner for the innovation agency, because we know that government can't provide all the resources that would be necessary to support innovative ideas. And I really want to follow up a little bit on this, because as an innovation agency, we run something we call a Presidential Innovation Challenge and Award. And I think you can be a very strategic partner in that regard, because we're looking to support as many youths as possible. For your information, probably within the next 1 or so week, the president will actually be awarding the cohort that we ran the last financial year that ended end of June. And I'm certainly thinking that we need to figure out how to pull together, because we can make something a lot greater in the process. I will take this message home, that you can be sure. And I am also taking this to a few of my friends, because I also have a huge population of young people who are always asking me, where is the next opportunity, have you seen, and so on and so forth. So I'm also going to be one of your champions of broadcasting this message. Thank you very much, and congrats. You can declare the launch of the challenge officially launched for the cameras.
Officially launched.
Stand by
With the
DJ.
powers vested upon me,
Ngoja.
I now officially declare this call available to the public.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Madam Grace, you want to have a handshake with the chief guest just for the photo moment? Let me have the mic. Thank you very much for the photos. A handshake. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the official launch of YAIC 2025. Miss Coach mko wapi tafadhali? Hey, DJ ni nini? Makofi tena tafadhali, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to our young people. This has been beautiful. Hapa chini. This has been beautiful. Back to our young people. Thank you so much. Can we have a photo of the young people? Gordon, you want to say something?
What do you want me to do? No. I'm asking, what do you want to say?
We are good now. We are good. Yes. Thank you very much. You can come off stage. Let's appreciate our chief guests and our distinguished guests. Thank you so much. Let's have Miss Coach Kenya opening the floor one more time. DJ, let's go. Let's
Weka mkono. Twende.
We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence.
Weka chini.
All I require for life, God has given me,
Weka tu.
and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. Called for
stage. Sisa mbele, panda juu ya stage mwanangu.
Wala kitambi sawa. Wala kitambi. Are you ready? Are you ready? And 1, 2, turn up.
What He says I am. Where He says I'm at.
Asante sana Chief. Wapi makofi ya Chief Guest? Thank you very much, Miss Scott Kenya. Stand by hapa kando to put a vote of thanks and then you'll be back on stage. Wapi makofi ya vijana wa Miss Scott Kenya? Hawa ni partners wa KCDF na turingi na tuko na kama hawa 45. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite Ken Odera to come and give us a vote of thanks, and then after that the dance floor will be open. Members of the fourth estate, we have our media booth outside. Feel free to do media interviews with our chief guest, with our executive director, with our board directors, and we'll be able to give you that space also to interview our finalists. Ken Odera.
Thank you. A big hand for all of us. A big hand for all of us. Are we excited? We are excited? Thank you so much for coming. You've made the occasion what it has been. I want to thank people in a special way. The chief guest, he has really schooled us, yeah? But I also thank him for the nice moves. Makofi kwake. I want to thank the board of directors of KCDF and the trustees for the support and also being part of this process from the word go. Makofi kwao. Thanks to the third group, the Embassy of Netherlands, and for gracing the occasion. Are you still in? Makofi kwao. Thank you for the support, and thanks a lot for your continuous support. I also want to thank our corporate partners, I&M Bank, and any other partner. Karibu sana. Thanks. Makofi kwao. Thanks to the finalists. Muko wapi? The 12 plus the 10 individual, organizations and the 2 individuals. Mikono juu. Makofi kwao. Thanks a lot, and we look forward to getting a lot of good information from you. Thanks also goes to the KCDF staff for the good work you've put in, the committee, under the leadership of our executive director. Makofi kwetu. Thanks a lot also to the dancers. Vijana, weka kitu. Makofi kwenyu. My also thanks go to the hotel for the good work. I think we've had a good service. We've been treated well. We've enjoyed the food. Makofi kwa Serena. And all in all, makofi kwa sisi sote to make this happen. The journalists, the IT team, the team that has broadcasted this and all that. Makofi kwetu na mbarikiwe sana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ken. Na pia the final vote of thanks ni kwa mwenye amepeana vote of thanks, program coordinator Kennedy Odera. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Kennedy. Thank you very much. And at exactly 30 minutes past 9, ladies and gentlemen, we want to bring this occasion to a close and say thank you very much, and may you have a good night. See you again next year. Miss Coach Kenya on stage.